No, I see. Yeah, for
Okay, we are now live. Just call people to order. So yeah, welcome along everyone. Welcome to any members of the public that have joined us today in the chamber. We've got some, I think. Welcome to the staff who have joined us and to all councillors for our first council meeting of the year. Great to have you all here. Welcome to everyone who's joined us online as well. We'll begin with karakia. Tua ki runga, tua ki raro, tua ki waho, tua ki roto, tua ki te here tangara, ka rongo te pō, ka rongo te ao, umie, huie, whaiahie. So yeah, we've got a fairly full agenda today. We have no apologies that I'm aware of. And today we do have a public forum as well. So we have got a couple of public forum submissions. So first one is Julian Dory from South Dunedin Stormwater Justice, and Julian is here. I will just invite Julian to come to the head of the table. Yeah, you're welcome. Have some water up there. And then following Julian, we're going to have Sustainable Terrace as well, who I understand will join us from online. That's right, isn't it? Yep. So, thank you, Andrew. Welcome along, Julian. I'm pretty certain that you understand what the bounds of a public forum are. We'll just have some quiet for Julian so he can have a chance. So yeah, we offer 5 minutes to talk to us on your chosen subject, and then we'll ask points of clarification. So we don't get to comment on what you've said or give our thoughts. This is a chance for you to say whatever you'd like to say to us. Over to you.
5 minutes from now.
Yep.
I'm a little bit late because I went to the old building. That's a common occurrence, right?
Sorry.
So my name is Julian Dory. Greetings to the ORC councillors, staff and other dignitaries here. I have a background in civil engineering in the past, more recently community development, both here and overseas. And my motivation today on this topic is from a biblical worldview where God has a preferential bias for the poor, and in this case, people that get flooded in South Dunedin. Living in St Kilda, part of the Dunedin Flat, generically referred to as South D, I have financial skin in the issue of stormwater flooding in that part of town. Today I'm petitioning you to do more to bring about South Dunedin stormwater justice. There's 2 parts to it. There's the stormwater technical issue, and then there's the justice issue. Following the 2015 floods, I was shocked by the DCC's managed retreat narrative. There seemed to be an ideological default that the flood was a climate change event, with retreat being the only option. There seemed to be a kind of resistance to engineering adaptation solutions being even a possibility. Finally, several years later, the DCC admitted responsibility for the stormwater infrastructure failings. Since then, the joint DCC, ORC, South Dunedin Future Programme has started investigating climate change adaptation options to be implemented sometime in the future. The downside to this all-encompassing climate change analysis, I believe, has been climate change paralysis. Lost my place. With no substantial stormwater improvements made in the last 9+ years. And then South Dunedin was flooded again in October 2024, not that long ago, in addition to several smaller floods along the way. Mistakenly described as a 1 in 100-year event by a rather premature tweet, or X, I think they're called now, by NIWA. Stormwater flooding is primarily caused by high rainfall intensity rather than the duration of the rain in general. The South East stormwater system was originally designed, I think about 1968, for 14 millimetres per hour, with all stormwater retained in the pipe network, and up to 90 millimetres per hour with secondary flows. Current NIWA stormwater design for Dunedin is around 18 millimetres per hour for a 1 hour duration. However, peak rainfall intensity in the 2015 flood was only 12 mils per hour, and in 2024 flood, it was only 8 millimetres per hour. So the South Dunedin 2015 and 24 flooding was caused by an undersized stormwater system not by climate change rapid onset per se. So the stormwater system is undersized and needs to be fixed. There's also a sewerage issue where the Kaikorai Valley wastewater pipeline carries sewage originating in the hilly suburbs west of the city. This pipeline passes down through Surrey Street on the way to the wastewater treatment plant. In heavy rain events, especially in 2015 and 24, the raw sewage pops the lids on Surrey Street and it runs into the residential sections and houses. No substantial action, temporary or permanent, has been taken to divert this wastewater pipeline away from South Dunedin as proposed after the 2015 floods. This needs sorting. And now the justice issue. South Dunedin, I believe, at this point in time, is not a victim of climate change. It's a victim of an inadequate stormwater system. And for Surrey Street, the added issue of the sewerage. Simple engineering of pipes and pumps can sort this stormwater and sewerage issue. In future, the slowly rising sea level impact on groundwater can be sorted by dewatering at the sea boundary. This is all proven engineering. I think this is a very shameful situation for the 13,000 people in the 3,000 houses who call Southgate home, not to mention the thousands of Dunedin people who visit and shop there each week. I can't ask you questions, but I can ask some rhetorical questions. How long will South Dunedin have to wait for a fully functioning stormwater system, and for Surrey Street in particular, a sewerage pipeline sort? What is the legality of knowingly allowing South Dunedin to remain exposed to the risk for years and decades of flooding due to an undersized stormwater system, or for the sewerage situation happening in Surrey Street? Are human-occupied residential neighbourhoods allowed to be the designated wastewater overflow location for years and decades? In conclusion, I believe climate change justice will be needed sometime in the future, but right now South Dunedin just needs some stormwater justice. Thank you. I'm open to questions.
Thank you so much. And that was unbelievable. There you had 5 seconds left to spare there. So
You wrote that this morning.
Amazing. So yeah, thanks heaps for appearing in person and speaking to us on a topic that's really important to your heart. Have we got any questions? Councillor Weir.
Just as someone who lives pretty much next to Surrey Street, I appreciate the concerns and saw the impact of last year's floods and stuff. Just wanted to, considering that the South Dunedin Future Programme will be coming to us soon, with a long list of options that will include both that managed retreat stuff, as well as the more stormwater infrastructure options that you talked about around like dewatering and stuff. Is there anything in particular that you're sort of hoping from the ORC?
Well, I'm speaking here today, and I wrote to all of you as councillors, CEO and chair, because I know that you're in charge of, I think you're in charge of resource consent administration. And also I know that you're working on the South Dee Future thing. So basically, I have been pushing for the last number of years of engineering adaptation rather than the continuous focus on greenhouse gas mitigation, still important, but in this situation, we need to adapt. And so I'd be looking for engineering adaptation rather than managed retreat, because the situation is very fixable, as myself and some other engineers consider it. But didn't really answer your question, sorry.
Councillor Forbes.
Thank you. Thanks for your presentation. Oh, it's not working. Never mind. Thank you for your presentation. One of the things that occurred to me in reading this is there's huge costs to maintaining infrastructure, and the costs of infrastructure failing lands back on ratepayers. And so I suspect there's some resistance to fund infrastructure spending when we are responsible for that infrastructure into the foreseeable and unforeseeable future. How would you respond to that?
I think I'd say that's a bit of a bogus argument. I think that residents deserve to have a stormwater system that works. And stormwater systems can break anywhere. So I just feel that's not really a strong consideration about the operational maintenance of a stormwater system that lasts for 100+ years, if I understood your question correctly.
Thanks.
I can't see any further questions, so we will move on to the next public forum in a second, but I did just want to thank you for coming along and appearing. We really appreciate when people take time to come and do that. It's important, so thank you.
Thank you for your consideration.
Thanks. All right, the next group is Sustainable Terrace, and I think that we have here Rob and Susie or Suze. Yeah, welcome along. Suze, oh great. Great to have you here, and you may have heard that just before the 5 minutes, and then we'll ask some questions. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the opportunity to present. My name's Rob Vandermark. I'm a local Bendigo wine grower just north of Terrace. And Suze is here also from Sustainable Terrace. Both of us are Sustainable Terrace committee members. Sustainable Terrace is a small local group set up to try and influence, I guess, the development plans that come with industrialization in our valley. And initially focus on the airport development. But more recently on the Santana gold mine plans for the region. If it's okay with you, I'll share my screen where I've got some slides on what we think we can expect, what we know we can expect, some topography on the site, and then also some general concerns. So I will do my best to share that with you. Put on my slideshow mode. And that should be across now, I hope.
Yes.
Have you got that on your screens?
Yep.
Excellent. So this is a quick slide on the Macraes open pit. I'm sure you're familiar with Macraes. It falls under your jurisdiction. This is where the Santana mine will go in, or is proposed to go in. It sits in a hillside in the Dunstan Mountains or the Dunstan Hills, in between Cromwell on the right-hand side and Wanaka on the left. The Clutha River Valley, the Clutha runs right through there, as you can probably make out here. That's the top of Lake Dunstan here. And two highways that come across here, one on that side and one on this side of the lake. And the overhead flight path that all flights from the north take coming into Queenstown. And this is a closer view of that site. It's bound by two creeks on either side and a little hill in the middle. Shepherd's Creek is the valley where the mine site activity is most prominent. You may have gone through Thompson Gorge Road that runs along the other creek here, Rise and Shine Creek. It's got the Come in Time Stamper battery site that some of you may have visited. And this is the old Pounamu Trail that cuts across the Thompson Saddle, where Pounamu was transported from the west to the east coast. It's the only route into the Manuherikia from this particular valley. You're probably very familiar with Macraes. I won't dwell on these, but this is a picture of an open pit at Macraes. The one that the largest one that is proposed in Bendigo is going to be 1 kilometre wide by about 300 meters deep. There will be an underground section of the mine as well. This is again a Macraes picture of the various mine shafts that will sit above the local aquifer system, and a processing plant about 100 meters by probably 200 meters wide will sit in the valley floor. And on top of all of that, a large tailings dam with the leftover slurry from the chemical process to extract the gold from the gold-containing ore. This is a picture of the local area then, with the 3 pits in red here and the underground section. This will be the first pit, but Santana also will apply for a second pit, which will be closer to the valley floor, as well as a third pit there, with the tailing dam in the upper section of that valley and the processing plant in the lower section. This is a picture of that site after flyover. You can already see some of the drill site workings there. That's Wanaka direction here. This is the Clutha you can see in the distance here. And the Lindis, where this particular creek, the Shepherd's Creek, will drain into the Lindis, and the Rise and Shine Creek will drain into the Bendigo Creek and flow straight into the Clutha. The Lindis, of course, also drains into the Clutha. So this all sits above our local aquifer system, which helps all of us locals here, do our thing, either for residential water or, in our case, for wine growing water or cherry orchard water. And that's a concern. This is a picture of that valley. I'll just go back to the previous one. You can see this valley here is quite steep on both sides, and it's actually quite a decent rain catchment area. This creek is running all year round and swells quite heavily in a heavy rainfall event. And this is a picture of that particular front part of the creek where the processing plant is planned to be going. You can see here you can make out that little babbling creek, which is the Shepherd's Creek. It's quite a contained valley. It's probably about 100 meters up on these walls, so it's very contained. It's a porous riverbed creek essentially, which is the concern. So here I have two last slides which cover our concerns. There are issues around landscape. The river bed is a great concern, particularly when tailings dams start seeping and leaking. Previous speaker talked about large rain events. That's a concern for us for sure, as well as earthquakes. Cyanides used in large quantities. Arsenic dust is a major concern, and where that arsenic goes. It's a very extreme temperature range there, very high wind area. And then of course, there is the big reputational impact on existing tourism and wine industries. The appropriateness of the Fast Track Approvals Act instead of the RMA for the project evaluation, high risk of rushed evaluation, reliance on developers, experts only, no community inputs. So we would ask, for your support on really stepping up the consent condition reporting and monitoring if this goes ahead, and the establishment of adequate bond provisions and payment mechanisms to cover restoration. New Zealand mines have restoration bonds that are a fraction of Australian bonds, and we have a strong history of litigation around project cleanup of these sorts of projects. And I think that's probably my time up, so I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Perfect. Thanks, Rob. Thanks, Suze. Are there any questions? Does not appear to be any questions today, but I just wanted to reiterate a huge thanks to everyone that comes to public forum. We really appreciate it. Gives us a good chance to get a snapshot of issues out that are important to people out there in the community. And just a big thanks for taking time out of your day.
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity. And if there's an additional opportunity at some point to go into a little bit more detail, that would be much welcomed. 5 minutes is very tough for a large project like this.
Yeah, thank you so much. And we appreciate you sticking with that time and how hard that is. So have a good day.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Bye. Right, next part of the agenda is just confirming the agenda. Not aware of any changes. And a reminder on declarations of interest there. Confirmation of minutes from the 4th of December, a wee while ago, but they were there for us to read. Happy to move. Councillor Wilson is going to second. You've got a.
Yeah, look, I'm just
summary
noting on
to raise.
page 6 of the agenda, it says that resolution on that page moved Councillor McFall, seconded Councillor Noon. I think in fact those first two resolutions, the second of which failed, were moved by myself and Councillor Forbes, just a line to be taken out. It's repeated just below. That makes sense.
Got that, Kylie?
So with that amendment, I'm happy to second if that's not enough.
Perfect, yeah, I was moving and, I think
Yeah, that's fine.
Kate was
That-
seconding,
that's right.
we're noting that, yeah, okay.
Sorry, hadn't picked that up, thank you.
All in favour? Aye, against, carried, thank you. The action register is there. Just grab that. So I think the first one is ticked off now, which is Te Korowai. Well, kind of ticked off, we got today.
Yeah, we'll update, obviously by next month, there'll be some updates, and that will be one of them.
Great, yep. We just need to actually get through those resolutions, so good point. And we have got other ones.
There are a few in there relating
Yeah,
to
that
long-term plan resolutions as well, so they're being worked through, so they still remain as open actions, but we'll look to just keep the comments, keep updating the comments so you know where we're at in terms of some of those resolutions that will pass through the long-term plan. It will take a little bit of time to work through.
Yeah.
Oh,
We got directings, right, so there's a few others. Yep, we've got the other one that directs us to write, Minister Resource Management and Reform, and I think the letter is actually attached in my, chair's report. That's called for as the second last action there, so I think once we've received all, it's been it's done, that one.
To around reports to March council meeting as well.
Yeah, so other than that, are there any other questions on actions? No, okay.
oh, sorry, yeah, sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry,
Councillor
one
Watson.
thing, and sorry, it just came up the long-term plan, I was thinking about other things. So in the long-term plan, we set up liaison groups. We've set one up for the Tāori in December, but we actually haven't done a recommendation for the councillor work yet, and
No,
that
it's
is,
coming next meeting.
it's next meeting, I just sort of want to thank you.
Still coming.
.1 is chairperson's report there for noting, and just also need to recognise that there was an error with the attachments. There's a double up of letter to Minister Hoggard at the end, and I think that's been what has been updated on the website to not be a double up and instead be the response from Minister Hoggard, which we received, yeah. Oh, Councillor Sunville.
Yes, look, I was just referring to that reply from Minister Hoggard. I just wondered if there was in train any further response to that. We had discussed last year about how serious that threat of those gold clam were, and the useful suggestions we came up with, along with some other councils, has really been dismissed. Seems a fairly unsatisfactory response to me, and wondered if and what we are able to do to take that further.
Yeah, I guess that's a big question, that one, isn't it? And one for pretty much all of New Zealand, I guess, and our response to golden clams and just how difficult they are to deal with. Are you asking for something specifically?
Well, I guess I'm asking, have any of us yet given any thought to how we might take that further? And if not,
A
I
question
guess
for
let's
staff
start
as well.
thinking about how we might take that further.
I mean, we as staff haven't considered anything in terms of response to the ministers. We remain engaged in the National Biosecurity Program, which includes MPI, and that's led by Libby. So we have strong involvement in that, of which gold clams is obviously a significant discussion point, along with a few other things. So at an operational level, we will continue to engage closely with South Island councils, but we haven't given any consideration in terms of a further response to the ministers letter. That's probably something for the table, but I can give you assurances that the staff actions that were summarised last time we discussed that are still ongoing.
Thanks. Okay.
Somebody care to move at this point?
How can I ask my question?
Oh, sorry, yeah,
So,
Councillor Wilson.
Your 9th of December meeting, regional deals meeting in Alexandra, can I just understand which councils were represented there and by whom? Was it all of the councils, or was it councillors for CODC and, or was it just the mayor and the deputy?
Yeah, that's right. Richard, you attended, I attended. Oh, sorry, it's the 9th of December, regional deals meeting in Alexandra, where, that's right, mayors, and chair attended along with, staff.
CEs and the staff that had been working.
Thank you.
on the proposal.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Callagher.
Silence, Stephanie. I see you had a meeting on the 31st of January with Honourable Simeon Brown and
yeah.
Penny Simmons, and that was 3 days after the online meeting that
yeah.
Minister Simmons was unable to attend.
Mhm.
Did you get an opportunity at that meeting, at the second meeting, to ask about any feedback from the first meeting that she was unable to attend, or any thoughts on the situation
I
while she
can
wasn't?
probably quickly answer that one. That was a very formal meeting with mayors, leaders, I suppose, mayors, MPs. It was a quickly in, quickly announce, quickly leave. There was no room for any questions. It was, very formal meeting. So Minister Brown spoke, Minister Simmons supported in presence, and they both left. Yeah, so we did say hello in a really friendly manner, and that was basically that was it. And just on that one, from my perspective, I'm really happy to state again that during that meeting, we became aware that Minister Simmons became busy. She was in Parliament that day. She was held up in her meeting, which is absolutely understandable for a minister who has a big portfolio there, and and we were made aware of that and during the meeting, and we accepted that, and we spoke about looking for other opportunities to meet. And I think that would, from my perspective anyway, would be really good. We do want to build strong relationships, and it would have been fantastic to hear her messaging, and if we can arrange that, it would be really helpful, I think. So totally open doors for that, and just want to send out that. Thanks for the opportunity to comment on that, because it is important.
Thank you.
Yeah. Anyone else got any questions or anything they'd like to raise there? Otherwise, if we've got silence still, if someone would care to note the report, that would be fantastic. Councillor Somerville, seconded Councillor McCall. All in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. 8.2 is the CE report. Over to you, Richard.
Fairly standard report 3 updates in terms of annual plan, non-financial level service and financial performance. Just noting, sorry, I have put the wrong month in paragraph 10. So talking about the range of at-risk measures, the airplane work program is not forecasting green, because it's actually the end of August now. 30 June was the original target. So apologies for that, but it is reflected in the attachment to the paper. So just going back, annual plan obviously is being considered later in this meeting, so that we don't need to get into that too much. There'll be a chance when those papers are discussed shortly. Non-financial levels of service, we are obviously keeping a close eye on a number of the at-risk measures, and they are listed there as his attachment there. Just noting there is a end of quarter 2 full report to Finance Committee, which will include all of our levels of service and a chance to drill into those a bit further at that time as well on the finance agenda. And then in terms of financial performance, again, while we are tracking okay at the end of January in terms of being ahead of budget, the forecasting to year end brings that surplus down. So there is a need for us to still be very conscious of budget management and spend as we head into the end of the year, and part of that is reflected in the annual plan budgets, where we are proposing to use some of the underspend this year next year. So again, we just need to make sure we're tracking that spend carefully through to the end of the year. But happy to take questions. I will just note too, we are due next month to provide the efficiency review measure update, which I've committed to quarterly as well. So it's not in this one, but it will be in next month's.
Councillor Metham.
Thank you, Richard. I know we'll be looking at this again tomorrow, probably, but and you may not be able to answer this question now, but you could certainly bring the answer tomorrow. But under the environment, land and water, the second milestone around ORC led and community landowner supported workshops and events. The target is to hold at least 12 of these workshops annually. Would you know how many of these have been delivered at this stage? Or do you want to just carry that through to tomorrow? Okay, that's good. Yep. And look, the second one was also, and we did have this discussion earlier today around the targeted new projects, around site-specific projects, and how we have this new environmental fund of $2 million. Should this still be a milestone in this report? It's underneath. It's in land and water, and it's the third item.
Can we carry that forward?
Yep, sure.
To
No
tomorrow,
problem.
Tim? I've got
Yep.
notes on the exceptions report, but not necessarily the green ones.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. No, that's
but
fine.
we have got that, as you say, in finance, so we'll make a note of both of those and be able to bring those details to you
Yep.
tomorrow.
Thank you.
No further questions? No, everyone's just reading through that. No?
So we're doing Chief Executive's report?
Yes, yeah.
Yes, just a couple of quick questions. Paragraphs 5 and 6. Paragraph 6 reads, removal of proposed new permanent staff. Can you elaborate on that, please?
Yes, so the details, right? So we had in the long-term plan around 364 FTE, and in the currently annual plan, 3 of those have dropped out. We consider that we can deliver the work program without the FTEs that were forecast in the long-term plan. So they've been removed from the budget.
So am I to read now that the planned staffing for the ORC for the 25-26 financial year is 361 FTEs?
Permanent FTE, that's correct.
And that's an increase from the 2024-25?
Which is 359.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Somebody care to note the report then? Councillor Metham, seconded Councillor Weir, all in favour? Aye, against, carried. Okay, 9.1 is the annual plan. And yeah, as we know, we can decide a draft position on changes to the financial forecasts and associated activity for year 2. Welcome. Welcome to Mike and Nick. Oh, okay. Kylie, there's an additional 2 recommendations put forward by a councillor, which we'll get to in due course. Yep. Mike, would you like to kick off or?
Look, I'm gonna take the report as read, actually, Madam Chair. Yeah,
No worries.
thank you. And perhaps I could wind it up at the around next steps, depending on how the discussion goes.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I think that page 5 of the actual draft annual plan with what changed in the LTP is quite a good starting point as well, which no doubt everyone has read. Right, Councillor Callagher.
Yeah, excuse me, Madam Chair, I'd just like to foreshadow that I have circulated 2 additional motions. And
Yeah. Do you want to read them out?
at the good grace of the chair, I would hope they may be able to be considered.
Yeah, foreshadowing them, just so that everyone's aware once we get to that. If you just read them out now as well, that'll be good. And then we won't cut off questions, we'll have time for that, but it might just help everyone. Or Kylie could put them up if you like, because I know you're probably trying to find them again.
I'm very efficient with my.
Oh, well done. Yeah.
Emailed them. So the 2 motions are, one, that the 2 million environmental fund is deferred by 12 months to allow for an appropriate management and consideration structure to be established. That's the first one. And the second one is that ORC staff numbers are reduced across the next 2 years to a base level maintained at 325. Those are the 2.
All right, those are pretty clear, I think. So thanks for reading those out.
Thank you.
Are there any questions? Councillor Wilson.
Question of if that was moved, how would that affect the process? So if that was accepted, how would that affect the process for this document to go out? Given that the figures in it don't relate that.
Might be significant. Yeah.
And just understanding that as sympathetic or otherwise as I may be, I'm not,
So I think, and Nick and Mike can jump in, the first one's relatively straightforward because it's just a shift within the budget.
Mhm.
The second one, we would need to go away and think about how that would be achieved and therefore what the impact would be on budgets and work program. And I guess I'd need to give that some more thought.
thank you.
So obviously achievable, but I can't tell you exactly what that process would look like. I'd have to just take some time to consult with Nick, Mike and Amanda.
And the other part of that question is it could potentially go to a level of significance.
Potentially. Yeah.
Mike, did you have more to add on
Oh,
that?
just a point that the council made this morning around the 2 million fund. There was a consulted LTP proposal that you considered feedback on and made your decision, subsequent decision on it. It's flowed through to where we're at now. So you just want to keep that on your mind regarding consideration of the motion referring about the deferral of that 2 million. Potentially making a decision like pre-seeking feedback through this process. I think that's what came.
Is there a
workshops.
technical issue with that though?
Yeah, I think the advice from Mike, because it's not for us to stray into the political consideration. The advice is relating to Kate's question, it was a long-term plan consideration, it's now been included. If it's removed, we would need to assess the significance of that decision. And that's something that we'd have to go and have a think about.
Councillor Malcolm.
So am I hearing correctly from the advice from Mr. Rosler that should we not go with that motion, we have the opportunity to review what our ratepayers are saying and then make a decision on whether to rate for part of or the full of that amount at deliberation time?
Yeah.
It feels like if you were to vote for that that motion, you'd also have to consider its significance at this meeting if you wanted to, for us to start to go away and take that expenditure out or that funding out of the budget.
But yes, absolutely. At the end of the consultation period, when you've received the feedback, you've got the opportunity to review what goes in the final annual plan at that time.
But potentially wouldn't, sorry, interrupting other people's probably order of questions, but potentially at that stage you might have to consider whether it was significant as well, and would have to do a different consultation potentially process if it was significant.
I think Richard's nailed it. No, you could take it out on deliberation, but to show that you've considered that, and there'd be, you know, potentially a recommendation and consideration around the significance at that meeting.
Okay.
Saying that it wasn't significant and you were taking it out, and you would have the benefit of consultation feedback at that point as well.
Yeah. Councillor Mepham then Laws.
The $2 million environmental fund was established in our long-term plan. And in accepting that, there was an offset. And what we have been doing is targeting new projects for degraded water bodies. Now, the $2 million fund sort of replaced that targeted sort of degraded water bodies. If this $2 million is now not approved for funding, do we re-establish the new projects for degraded water bodies? I guess that's a question I'm asking.
So that would be something that the council table would have to consider. At this stage, it's not in. You're right. We removed it. I think, I don't know if I've used the word. They don't directly replace each other, but that was part of the consideration made at the time. Was almost we didn't really have a plan for those. The directing the next projects to target degraded water bodies weren't known, so that funding was removed as a way to find some savings. As the $2 million came on stream from next year, the table would need to consider, if you were to defer the $2 million, whether you wanted then to put that money for projects back in. That's, again, I think that's purely a decision for the council table.
Councillor Laws then Malcolm.
Okay, three questions. First question is the surplus of $2.9 million, which is referred to in paragraph 25. It was $1.6 million in the long-term plan. Just so that I understand, we're acquiring a surplus of $2.9 million. Why?
The main reason is because we're rating to repay transport deficits. So in most of our activities and in transport and the LTP, we rate enough to fund that year's activity, and we're doing that in transport now. Historically, we hadn't, and we've built up the deficits, and as part of the LTP, one of the things that we consulted on was repayment of those deficits, and landed on 5 years. So that's approximately, or a little bit over, $2 million per year across both networks. So effectively, we are rating an additional $2 million over and above what we require for the operational expenditure for transport. That's the bulk of the reason why there's the surplus.
Why have we decided to increase that from 1.6 to $2.9 million during a cost of living crisis, and when rate demands are a burden upon our region?
The change in it, everything else is, if we take cost out, it flows through to a reduction in rates, except the area that we don't mirror the operational expenditure, and where rates is a little bit different, is in flood and drainage and river management, where there's capital works, and capital works flow through that we've got a 30-year repayment on those. So in this case, one of the changes that got made to our operating expenditure was that we brought forward in the Lower Taieri flood protection, brought forward the expenditure on the contour channel because we've now got the grant funding approved. When we went out with the LTP, we had that work in there spread over the entire 10 years, didn't have any grant funding in there. So we've now brought that forward to over the next, we had some in this year, but most of it is over the next 3 years. And we've got grant funding that offsets that. So that has, but then the rates effectively, because of the way we smooth those rates over the 10 years and have a 30-year repayment, and we were stepping up the rates with a staggered increase over the first 3 years, it means that the rates have largely stayed the same, even though there's been that change. So it looks like it's creating a little bit more surplus immediately, but the way that we rate those and the way that we set it up is we can't decrease the rates immediately, and because then we'll just end up putting them up significantly over the next coming years.
Yes, but that doesn't explain to me why there's a $1.3 million increase in the surplus. You budgeted for that. So you've now got money from grants, you say. I don't know what grants you're talking about, but you've got money for grants, which means that you don't now have to rate for that money, presumably, yeah? And that's one of the reasons why the surplus has increased. Is that right?
Yes, because we've now got grant money.
Yes.
We've kept our rates effectively the same. They might have changed a little bit.
And so that gives you more of a surplus because you're not spending it on rates. Yeah, I get that.
Yeah.
But so why aren't we deciding to return then to the ratepayer, given that we've gained from that particular equation?
Because it's we're rating for the build of that asset. Yeah. And if we drop the rates, in this case, that would be $1 million. We basically wouldn't be rating anything for that entire flood scheme.
So you're telling me that of the surplus of $2.9 million, it's mostly going to repay debt initially on public transport as well?
Yeah.
So how do you define that as a surplus if it's in actual fact going to repay debt? Is it just an accounting term?
Yeah, because it's based on your rates are all operating revenue. Yeah. So once you rate for it, it becomes operating revenue.
$2.9 million you're taking in and you're spending.
Yeah, and then you only compare it to your operating expenditure, of which capital expenditure and debt repayment is not classed as operating expenditure. So you create a surplus.
So I go back to the original question, which is why do we need to be repaying debt so quickly on our public transport at the moment when we've got overs and unders and we could save some money now?
So I'll catch that into the LTP. So the LTP, there were two things. One was that we run a balanced budget because the auditors have been giving us a fairly hard time for the last few years, so we've done that. Second one was consulting on the period over which we would repay the transport deficits. And I think we might have started at 3 and ended up at 5 years, if my recollection is right. So that is now what we're budgeting for. There is an opportunity for the council table, but we're just reflecting that long-term plan decision, which was to repay all of those deficits over 5 years, and then that.
So we could make it longer if we wanted to.
You could do.
Okay. The salary increase for 25-26 for staff, what have you budgeted that at? Because last year it was 5%. So what has it been budgeted for in 25-26?
I believe it's
4.5. I think we ended up at.
Is Amanda here? Is that correct? I think it's 4.
4.
Yeah.
Sorry. Down to 4%.
Yep.
4% in 25-26, and it was 5% in 24-25. How did you arrive at those numbers? Because I'm looking at the private sector wage and salary increases during those 2 years period, and it doesn't get to 9%. So why have we set upon 9%, 5% last year, 4% for the coming 12 months as the appropriate sum of money at a time of a quite tight job market and when there are people on the market in the private sector as well as local government, in actual fact. Is there a reason why that particular sum has been arrived at?
Not other than we feel that's the appropriate level to budget at for the increases that we are proposing to make for staff salaries in the coming financial year.
It's well above the rate of inflation. Yeah, okay. And then finally, the last question I've got is, it's a 7.8% increase that's being proposed, essentially because you're saving money in certain areas, which we'll talk about later, I guess, to do with public transport and others, and you're making money in others, which is taking the extra dividend of $2 million from the port dividend. If the motion of Gary's is to defer the $2 million of the environment fund until there's some more quantifiable detail about how you're going to spend it and what policy is that governs it, what would that effect be upon the rates, just as a rough calculation?
3.1% decrease. So it would drop to 4.7.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yep, Councillor Callaghan.
Thank you. The table 2, our operating expenditure summary, has a line item internal at the bottom. And that's increasing by $600,000 for the proposed, for 25-26. That's overhead, isn't it? That's organisational overhead, and also including the added lease costs with delays with the new building. Is that correct?
So it is the internal, because it's expenditure, yeah, it is the internal, so the overheads, but any cost difference with delays with moving into the new building will actually be a savings, because the lease cost there would be more than what we're delaying paying the increased lease cost. But we've got a 600,000 increase there. I'll just have to refresh my memory as to what that had in it.
But I think because we were incurring additional lease costs by having to stay longer in the current tenancies, and then I thought in a previous meeting that the comment was made that that'll be at a higher amount than what we're currently paying because we moved it to month by month because of the delays.
No, so if you no, the total lease cost of Whare Runaka per annum would be 2.6 million. Yeah. The only lease cost that we've got that we'll be transferring out of is here in this building, which is approximately 400,000 over the 2 floors. So if what we factored in our change, and part of that change from dropping from 13.8% rates down to 7.8 was we adjusted the cost to reflect half a year of Whare Runaka. In the original LTP for year 2, we had the full year in, but we had no rent for this building. So effectively what we did was we dropped the rent over on Whare Runaka by 1.3. We added back some rent, added back a full year for here, so of 400,000. So net we were 900,000 better off. But I'm just having a look. Just from memory, I think the reason why the overhead cost is going up, part of that is around we do have some increased IT expenditure in there. And I think that was one of the projects was moved, the timing was moved. So we had a year 1 project that will now be happening in year 2. And so that was offset by part of that, the overall Whare Runaka rent reduction.
So it also includes increased insurance costs and quite significant increased licensing costs for our IT programs. So we are we are experiencing higher costs in those areas.
Okay, thank you.
No other questions? Doesn't seem to be. So just double checking that we've got the process right here. So we've got two foreshadowed resolutions and they're different to the ones that are here. So I think we need to take those first, and then following that, from what I can gather from advice of Mike, we would need to, if they pass, then we would need to consider significance as well of the decision we've just made then at this meeting too. And then, yeah, from there we would need to go through ones of relevance. We're keeping that in mind. I'm just double checking whether we need to have an adjournment or anything to figure out, because it becomes quite complex. But I think we could probably take the two resolutions and see how we go. From there, if they pass, we may need to just have a bit of a regroup. Yeah. Okay, council laws, procedural maybe.
Well, sort of.
Yeah.
Just a question, if you could help me,
yeah.
please. Regarding the question that we're just about to have now, can I ask a question of the finance team as to what the practical implications of that would be?
Ask your question really clearly so they know exactly.
Then I'll try and make it as clear as I can. The suggestion is to reduce the number of full-time staff from the current ceiling level is 359, as I understand it, to 325 over a 2-year period. What I'm interested in knowing is what the average cost of a staff member at the ORC is, to get an understanding there of what the cost savings that might induce. You see, when you look not just at the average cost of the salary, you've also got to include things like superannuation, sick leave, all those sort of things as well. Desks, rental areas, blah, 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 overheads. What's the average cost of an average ORC staff member? Do we have anything around that?
Yeah, rule of thumb, we would use, rule of thumb, we basically use, including overhead, because you've got to factor in all of the IT, property, everything, 150.
150.
Yeah, and that'll be a component, it'll have a component of each. Now, when you start taking out significant numbers, you might not necessarily take out all of that overhead, because some of that overhead will be fixed. But it depends where staff will come out of, because we're probably looking at, a split of say 100 versus 50 overhead. But depending on if you were to take a significant number of FTE out, it depends what level they're at, because obviously salaries will vary, but on average, sort of, we'd be looking at 150 inclusive of overhead, roughly.
Thank you. And thank you, Madam Chair.
No worries. Rightio. So, Councillor Kelleher, should we put those resolutions up highly? They'll be helpful. Just put them up on the screen. Oh, sorry.
Is anyone?
Oh, yeah, that's a good point, Kate. Exactly. Has Councillor Kelleher got a seconder?
I'll second, just for one.
Councillor Laws is seconding. Thank you.
They're probably a bit small.
Oh, yeah, blow them up a wee bit. Thank you.
It's the criminal fraternity from Central Day.
All right, so we've got the the resolutions up, so we can have some debate on these. Would you like to kick us off, Councillor Kelleher?
Thank you, and yes, thank you for the opportunity to present them. My apologies that they are at a late piece in the process. Do you want me to speak to both of them together?
Yeah, let's do them both together, I think. Oh,
No,
they are quite separate. Sorry, it's a good question. Yeah, we'll go with number one first. Thanks.
So, I support the Environmental Fund. I think it is good that we are going to spend more in some what will be larger either work streams or projects that will appear. What I saw yesterday in the workshop, and I only saw half of the workshop, was that we're nowhere near ready for that. And we have some ways to go to be able to administer this money. And I just don't believe we are ready to be gathering it in off the ratepayers and then looking for a way to how we distribute, looking for the projects. We don't currently have the identified activities that this could be channeled straight towards. There may be groups out there that have an eye on it. But I don't think we have our heads around how we are going to spend this money and what is the direction we want it to go in. We also then are under, I think, very challenging times. We have clear messages from our ratepayers about reducing rates. We have clear messages from central government about councils getting back to the basics of what they do. And is this the time to be adding what may fall in the nice to have versus what is the utter necessity? And I'm not saying that this should not be considered at a time in the future. I think the ratepayers or the LTP process got it right in that this is good to have into the future, but the times are so tough at the moment. All I'm suggesting is we delay for a year, we put our structures in place so that we know we can administer it. We know that we have a clear direction where we would take these funds that we're going to get the best return for, and we can justify to our ratepayers that we are doing the right thing. So that is the reason why I put this motion up today. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Callagher. Councillor Wilson.
It's not often you can sit around this table and agree with everything that has just been said and yet vote the opposite way. And the reason for that is absolutely, I have been considering exactly the same point, and I'm really nervous given the financial situation of our ratepayers. But I think the timing is not correct because it would be a special consultation and lead to a significant administrative change in this process. I think that the time to consider that is once we've heard the submitters to the annual plan. And I suppose in many ways what I'm seeking, and this should be urging people to advise us of their situation and where they're thinking about this fund in relation to their priorities and whether the money stays in their pockets for the next year as they get out of what has been a very difficult year and the affordability generally. I think we have to be really clear about what is mandatory and what is an operationally good thing to discretionary thing to do. This is discretionary. It's going to be very vital in some communities to get some work done, but it doesn't actually give us the right to take the money off their hands. But I think we need to have a chance to hear from the community before we take it off the cards. So for that end, I will not be supporting this, but absolutely appreciate the intent of which it's been moved.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Forbes, then refund.
Thank you. I appreciate your concerns, Councillor Callagher. We had been working on ways of looking at that before you were at the workshop yesterday. I think we were getting somewhere. When it comes to, I think we're as ready as we can be. We've started the work on the administration of this fund, and that's a good thing, and we're in the right place for where we should be at this point. We're in the process of understanding how we can maximise the impact of this $2 million. Challenging times, I mean, I keep hearing this, but challenging times are not going to get easier, not now and not in the future, because of the polycrises that we face around climate, environment, and biodiversity. Regenerating our environment is always something that the people controlling the funds want to put off, always. And yet regenerating the environment is one of the very few ways that and opportunities that we have to move out of challenging times. So no, putting this off to me is anathema. Thank you.
Councillor Methon.
Yeah, I appreciate also that we're in challenging times, but just looking at the increases across Otago, so we're looking at a 7% increase on the rate. But when we look at, for instance, the average increase in Dunedin, that's $25 a year. And in Queenstown, it's $50 a year. So in Dunedin, that would be 5 cups of coffee. And in Queenstown, it's probably about the same, actually. But I mean, what's at risk here? what is at risk is work that can be done through this environmental fund that will improve our environment. If we don't have this $2 million fund, then we will have to re-establish our work on degraded waterways. The other thing is we have had 3 workshops around all of this. We could have addressed this earlier. It's just a bit late.
Thank you, Councillor Malcolm.
If I already can't afford a cup of coffee, I'm very doubtful that I'll be able to afford another 5 cups of coffee when you increase my rate. I just think that that's quite important for many people within our region. I really worry. Look, I voted for this fund. Was very happy to support it. I still think we have still a few pages to turn before we can really enact it. And the major one being that if we dish out the $2 million under criteria that we have yet to develop, and those projects that we accept, we cannot at this stage guarantee that they will actually in any sort of way fix any compromised waterways. And we've already cut the fund back for our degraded waterways. So if we enact this now, so where does the money come from the degraded waterways? So yes, I'd probably like to wait until consultation went out, but I still think this $2 million is in our bounds. We're not saying no to it. We're just simply deferring it out until greater preparation is done.
Councillor Somerville.
Thank you. Look, I've heard the discussion here. I'm unable to support this new resolution that's come through. We had extensive consultation on the long-term plan around this and agreement to put that into year 2. The workshops we've had, in particular the one yesterday, is actually showing us there are some good pathways. And what I took from those workshops is that the way this is going to develop over time. Let's get it started to develop and to be able to make those that do that good environmental work as soon as we possibly can. Thanks.
Councillor Noon.
Yeah, look, I support the intent and the principle of what Gary is trying to achieve here, and I would be inclined to support it if I hadn't heard the comment about the impact on the decision by way of its significance at this point in time. So I'm not trying to have a dollar each way here, but I'd like to think after a consultation process 12 months down the track from the LTP process, the views that come back may vary on this particular topic, and I think it would be beneficial for the council to hear those views before we settle on a final decision on this fund. So I'm trying to keep an open mind here, and I would have preferred to vote now for this particular motion, but I feel the mood, if it has changed, I'd like to hear that through the consultation process and then make a final decision.
Councillor Laws.
I think there's a misunderstanding here. It's not significant, by the way. You're not removing it from the long-term plan. You are simply deferring it for 12 months, and that is within the duration of a long-term plan. And the reason that you're deferring it is for 2 reasons. The most important reason, in actual fact, is not necessarily the economics and finances of the region and our ratepayers. It's because we haven't got a clue what we're doing. We haven't got a defined idea about how we're going to spend this $2 million. We don't have a set of policy priorities that support it. We don't know who's going to do what. We haven't got, in actual fact, an environmental plan. We've just got a fund. And really that's the issue. And 12 months, I'm stunned that it's taken 3 workshops apparently to get nowhere. That's brilliant, magnificent governance. All this is doing is, in actual fact, deferring that for 12 months. Now, the second issue is to do with, and the second issue obviously is to do with the financial wherewithal of the people that we service. They've just gone through, and we are still within a cost of living crisis, which is severely and savagely impacting upon a number of households here, and I guess people around this governance table can dismiss it by suggesting it's a cup of coffee. But the reality is that people struggle to pay their rates, both territorial authority and regional, and our rates demands over the last 5 years have been excessive. And so just by adding this particular impost to the bill, when we haven't actually worked out how we're going to spend with it, what are the rules that govern it, what are the guidelines, how it's even going to improve the environment. Still haven't heard that one, waiting for that answer. Haven't seen it in any papers that's come across my desk. How are you going to improve the environment? You haven't got a clue. So I am going to suggest to you that this is good governance to defer by 12 months, get your I's dotted, your T's crossed, know that you're going to make a difference, and that when you do, the rubber does hit the road, you are actually going to make some traction. In the meantime, you will be assisting, you now know, you will reduce rates by half if you defer this for 12 months at a time when the regional ratepayers of Otago are expecting us to listen. And all we're doing is progressing with this a particular fund based upon a principle when we could have it absolutely nailed down in 12 months' time.
Thanks, Councillor Laws. Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, thank you. I wasn't going to talk, but I think I will. When we did the long-term plan, this was a flagship part of our long-term plan. It went to the people, and our ratepayers come back with a pretty strong support of instigating a significant environmental funding mechanism to support our environment as a whole. Nothing's changed. The environment doesn't go in economic cycles. It's always out there and it needs support. And I think that, so we got that clear mandate. I do take exception when we're told that there's no way that we got a plan or a system to be able to administer the plan, to administer that. There's been 3 workshops, of which was attended by most councillors.
Nothing's come before council.
And so I think it's the responsibility of councillors to have an input throughout the process rather than poking daggers at the end of a process. So they
show up to do that, don't you?
They need to be part of the process. So
I did a word workshop.
Right, well, just everyone stop interrupting Councillor McColl. Thanks.
So in the process, in the workshops, and yesterday we had a workshop and we got down to identifying some priorities. We got down to identifying some mechanisms to be able to administer the plan. So the ability to administer this fund is not the question. The question is the cost of the ratepayer, okay, and whether we should defer it or not. At the end of the day, the decision is not to be made here today. The decision, if we get some significant feedback following community consultation on the annual plan, we may be in a position to make a different decision. But at this table today, that decision is not an option for us, in my opinion. We need to continue on that path and continue to, in my opinion, promote what I think is council defining work that actually shows a commitment to our environment. So I definitely will support, I will not be supporting it.
Thanks, Councillor McColl. Councillor Callagher, did you want to write a reply?
Yes, thank you. Look, I respect the considerations of my colleagues around the table. All I'm asking in this is that we as governors, we are acting as directors of Otago Inc. We are looking at all aspects of where Otago Inc. sits at the moment. We have been given a clear message and mandate from central government and from our ratepayers to do better financially when it comes to what we ask them to fund. By taking this now and bringing it at this point, all I'm doing is saying it can still be mentioned in what we would put out. We can ask the people, we would be saying, we're taking it out, we've proposed to take it out. If you want us to put it back in, this is what it's going to cost. It has a quite substantial impact on our ratepayers and the overall costs. That should not be taken lightly. And I'm all about asking the ratepayers, but it's just about if the table here agree that it should be in, then that is one step further embedded towards it having to be in. And it is then harder for the actual quite few people of Otago who will consult and come back to us. What I'm speaking for in putting this forward is the silent majority who will just be bashed again by a substantial increase in their rates. So yeah, but look, that was all I want to say. Thank you.
Okay, I think we might call a division on this one. Might be easiest. Thanks.
Councillor Forbes.
No.
Councillor Callagher.
Yes.
Councillor Laws.
Yes.
Councillor Malcolm.
Yes.
Councillor McCall.
No.
Councillor Metham.
No.
Councillor Noon.
No.
Councillor Somerville.
No.
Councillor Weir.
No.
Councillor Wilson.
No.
Councillor Robertson.
No.
Okay, it's failed. 6, 8, 9 against and 3 for.
Yep, motion has failed. No. Right, no, that's not
You said
right.
3.
8-3, yes.
Sorry.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Right. Thank you, Councillor Gallagher. Let's move on to the next one. And would you like to speak to this one now?
Yes, please. Very briefly again. Across all of our financial planning, across the as we revisit how council looks from a staff perspective year on year, the one element that is actually almost glossed over is staff numbers. And sometimes it's almost like a forgotten. We're always working on our work plans and how the structure of the work, everything else is being done. And then we just present, the number will be 360. It is always a number higher than previous years. And I don't have great clarity around the numbers directly linked to the work streams, directly linked to the teams, how it all sits. That used to be in previous years presented to us quite well. Last year, I put forward a number of 325. I think I was really sick over the time, didn't really get to speak to it. It is an arbitrary number. It is a number that isn't based against any specifics. If the chief executive was saying to me, how on earth am I going to achieve that? Where do you want those numbers to come from? I was saying that's totally up to you. I am suggesting that we need to have, as a table, a cap on numbers, otherwise, or a target at the top of the numbers. Otherwise, we have no understanding or control of where the final number might be in 5 years. 10 years ago, it was about 140. Now we're at 359. And I think if I recall in a previous workshop or discussion, Richard, you had said potentially you'd like it to be 360 something, 370, 360. But it had been pared back because of maybe the concerns from the table. I think we need to have a number. I think the ratepayers of Otago would like us to have a number that sets an upper level. Fair enough, if there's added roles and responsibilities that are needed, added works that needs to be done, consultants can be used for that over short term. But unless we sort of rein in this ever escalating staff number, we will not rein in the rates cost. So that's why I'm proposing this number. Thank you.
Yeah. Councillor Weir, then McCall, then anyone else.
I'll be brave. I think this second additional motion is a joke, frankly.
I think, did I get it? Did you had a seconder for both of these? I just need to double check as well. Yeah. I'm double checking that he seconds both before we keep going. Yep, thanks. Sorry, Councillor Weir.
That's all right. All of the staff in the organisation are actually doing stuff. So if you're going to propose drastically cutting staff numbers, I think around the table we should at least have the fortitude to say what we want to cut from our work programs. You know, this table in consultation with our communities have decided on a long-term plan for the region, and so to sort of arbitrarily sledgehammer that program to get to a number is laughable to me. But really quite sad. So probably voting against this.
Councillor McCall, do you want to speak now? You sort of.
Well, I didn't actually have any.
Oh, right, sorry. Okay, you don't have to. Councillors Noon, Wilson, then Forbes.
Yeah, I'm going to support this motion for several reasons. One, I think Gary's articulated it well, but I think it's good governance to have a ceiling or a target. In this case, it's a stated number of 325, and if you take the current number at 359, spread over a 2-year reduction to 325 is a 5% reduction year on year, the 2 years. So I don't think it's an impossible or unrealistic task, but I think it's important that that governance send a signal that we need to have a ceiling and we're serious about asking our chief executive to achieve it.
Thanks, Councillor Noon. Councillor Wilson.
I share the frustration that I think comes out in this motion about the lack of detail or value that we're adding when we get extra staff members, and or at least value to the community, because it's really not that transparent through the LTP or annual plan process. And I for one have been advocating for some time that our work plans and programs are much more transparent, both in costs and as line items, so that we can actually interrogate that better and the community can respond better to what is in it. But I don't think that this is necessarily the correct way to do it, partly because we don't know what that means and we can't translate that out to the community as part of this consultation, and therefore it's an arbitrary matter to do it today. And partly because it can't inform any later decisions. I think that the better way to do this would be to seek, as it's a separate motion attached to the other recommendations, as a report back before the deliberations that might get us to look at any savings on staff, which is a fair and more practical way, and the effects and then the resultant losses or lack of value that would happen to their work programs. I think just doing it this way is fraught, because it leaves it up in the air. We're not consulting on anything and we can't make decisions around it. So to that end, I won't support this motion now. It doesn't mean that at the end of the consultation, when I'm sure we're going to hear greatly from the community that they don't want a rates rise of 13.8 or 7.8 or and they'd much rather a 5.1 saving that you might get from this, or 5.1 million, I think, at best. But just it doesn't have the right numbers around it. So to that end, I can't support this at the moment. Doesn't mean that I won't be supporting it when it comes to deliberations.
Councillor Forbes and Megvan.
Thank you. Mine's not very different from Councillor Wilson's, but I'm going to say what I want to say anyway. I think when it comes to staff, every cost saving is work not done. And that's what we've got to think about. So I'm not opposed to keeping staff numbers down, but rather than simply reducing staff, it needs to be tied to what we can remove from the work program. So we've got to look at this the other way around. Arbitrary targets are just that. And it makes no sense specifying a staff number without an understanding of the impacts on the work program. So for those reasons, I won't be supporting this.
Councillor Megvan.
Yeah, look, I also understand the sentiment around this too. But look, there's processes that we as a council undertake to ensure that we have the right information to make good decisions. And that is our planning process. We do it with our long-term plan, we do it with our annual plan. We don't just suddenly do it in the middle of a council meeting. I have no idea what the impact of reducing staff down to 325 will have on this organisation, or on any of the programs, or all the compliance work, or any of the monitoring work. I have no idea. I think it would be unresponsible for anyone to support this, not having all that information. So I won't be supporting this. based on the fact that we don't have enough information as to the impact.
Councillor Somerville.
Thank you. The starting point for decision making is not the number of staff and not the number of dollars. It is the work that is going to be done and that needs to be done. We spent a lot of time working on that and what that would entail during the long-term plan process. Yes, of course, we must spend money responsibly, but there's also very important work to be done, and that takes staff members. Thank you.
Councillor Malcolm.
The start point is not actually the work to be done, it's actually how efficient and what value for money you show with that work being done. So I can simply put 100 people come and pick my cherries, or 3 of us can do it and do it very effectively. Look, I have no problem with the quality of work that I'm seeing from the staff at ORC. I don't see them all, but the ones I deal with, I'm exceptionally happy with. Otago, as a province, has in excess of 2,800 council officers, and they are being paid close to $220 million a year. So somewhere along the lines, Otago needs to have a look at itself. So there needs to be caps or reshuffling done through organisations to stop that burden upon ratepayers. And we see that on page 200 of the Te Karo report, where rates are forecast to increase by around 10% per annum over the period of the long-term plan, with no material increase in levels of service. So that's not telling me that my staff aren't doing a good job. I just think we need to prioritise things and get things done differently. We've got 2 reports in front of us now, which is an effectiveness review we did last year by Robertson and Co. And we've now got this Te Karo report in front of us. What I really want to see is the priorities that we are seeing within that coming forward to us to show definite change. So that's what I'm really looking for, and whether this number gives us that initial steer to get us going is probably why I support the intent of this motion.
Anyone else wanting to speak? Councillor McCall.
I'd just like to reiterate, I think it's important that we concentrate on being the right size. And the right size is related to what we offer, our work, what we give to our communities, our work programs, and the value that we provide. So it's really important that we size ourselves right. And I think there's been a clear direction in the planning process for this annual plan that we think that we are at about the right size, because there's been a stabilisation of the workforce. I probably agree with Councillor Malcolm in that the whole local body politics landscape needs to be looked at, because there is obviously duplications all over the place. But individually, where we're sitting here right now, this is our organisation, and I believe that our organisation is getting to the stage where it can deliver to our public what they desire, and which is more than what delivered when we only had 120 staff. So I think it's really important that we right size ourselves now. And delivery of programs is not, I far prefer to have staff members than external consultants delivering our programs wherever possible. And I believe what is actually, not only has there been I won't say reduction, but the staff, there's been a reduction in consultants coming through the business, I think, over the last 6 months or so. And I think I'd like to see that continue, so that we're doing more of the work ourselves. And I think that's probably an area that we can concentrate on more than coming here, as Councillor Mifflin beside me says, come here at the last meeting with an arbitrary number that has no numbers or backing behind it as to what effect it will take. So I will not be supporting it.
Councillor Laws.
It's always nice to introduce some facts into any argument, I think. So let's go through the facts of staff and costs here at the Otago Regional Council. In 2018-19, the full-time equivalents of staff here were 174. 174. As of today, we have 359 full-time equivalent staff, and the plan is to increase that further in the 24-25 financial year. We've more than doubled our staff in the last 5 to 6 years. I'm going to ask you a question. It's rhetorical, so you don't need to answer this. That's what rhetorical means. Has that increase in staff numbers led to a discernible improvement in the Otago Regional Council's performance in the region? A.
Yes.
B. Prove it. Show me the discernible improvement in the Otago environment and lake quality and water improvement and anything that we could measure as environmental improvement over the last 6 years. In fact, ironically, all the stats are going the other way. God, unless you're going to start to make that sort of correlative link and turn into causative, you'd say the more staff members the ORC has, the worse the Otago environment gets. And the cost of that since 2018-19 is also this. It was $14.9 million, the staff salary bill of the ORC in 2018-19. This year it's $39.5 million. Oh, and on consultancies, Lloyd, in 2018, we spent $6.7 million on consultants. This year, it's $10.4 million. So we're actually spending more money on staff and more money on consultants in the last 6 years. And have you seen a discernible improvement? I will let the people of Otago judge that one. And we're also quite good at rewarding our staff, as we've discovered this day.
Point of order. Sorry.
You want to know where these stats come from?
Yeah, I do. I'm just interested in that.
I'm glad you asked that question,
Yep.
Tim. These were provided to me under the Local Government Official Information Act by the Chief Executive in December of last year. Now, and it's interesting that you don't know that because, of course you don't, it's not in any council document that you could read. You'd have to go through over 6 years and go through each one of them. Now, here's the next bit. We also reward our staff well. So we're going to reward them, we've budgeted to reward them at double the rate of inflation. We rewarded them over the rate of inflation last year. Compare that with the private sector in Otago. And I'm sure that's gone down really well with our ratepayers, our regional ratepayers who are struggling to put food on the table in some cases and dealing with redundancies from their job in the private sector. This is an aspirational motion by Councillor Callagher. It says we've grown. We can't prove that we've actually done anything better as a consequence of growing. We've imposed a massive burden as a consequence upon regional ratepayers across the region for no discernible improvement. Mind you, I reckon you could probably make the same criticism that Dunedin City Council, a few other TAs as well. Local government's broke. And the Otago Regional Council's staff increases over the last 5 or 6 years perhaps are only illustration number 327 of that particular maxim, but the truth is that we are contributing to it. Councillor Kelleher has come up with a motion that is, as I said, aspirational. It makes us look at ourselves and the Chief Executive and say, does every dollar we spent here provide a discernible improvement in the region and the environment of Otago? And at the moment, we've just gone, let's go. So this is a very important motion, I think, for the future of the council.
Chair, I don't want to
Councillor Weir, yeah.
interrupt, but I just want to clarify from the voters and seconder mentioned it was aspirational. Can I just clarify that you're not implying that it's not binding?
I am suggesting to you that it's an aspiration that we will seek to. We'd have to work with the Chief Executive, Elliot, to make sure that we make the right decision about the numbers and who fits into those numbers. Yes.
But it is binding. That's all motions.
Well, it's binding every year. You look at, you re-examine it every year. You've got a 2-year budget, Elliot. So it's not going to happen this year. You've got plenty of time to make it work.
Thank you. I just wanted to say something really quickly, which is that this morning we had a public workshop on the Te Korowai findings, and a direct quote from independent assessor. This council is mid-step in growing capability and capacity. We came from a minimum, we were doing a minimum of our role and function to now moving to what is acceptable, and that is looking at council roles and functions across the country and comparing us. So that is what the independent assessor said today. Thanks to everyone. We'll come back to the writer reply.
Thank you again. I appreciate the comments of my colleagues. I'm not trying to single out any individual staff. I think we are very lucky. We have an awesome team of staff, but the council has grown so quickly over the past few years that expansion that has rapidly happened year on year on year, in my mind, has just slightly overstepped to where I think it can be viewed as beyond value for money. And so I think there is a level of condensement needed, and I think as a table we need to be setting a level, and it will be impossible for us to say this is the actual number. So I've picked a number at 325 because we would have been at 325 a couple of years ago, providing the service across the region. And so we're now at a higher number. And what I'm trying to not have is in a couple of years' time, we're talking about a new number and it starts with 4. So my whole motivation here, I just want to reiterate, I am not trying to target any single staff. I certainly hope that across New Zealand at the moment, councillors are doing this at exactly this time before they go out and consult with their ratepayers, and showing their ratepayers that actually as a table you're prepared to look at prudence and financial management and where your organisation should be sitting at from a level of scale alongside the services it provides. And so that's all I'm trying to do here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kelleher will call for a division again. Thank you.
Councillor Forbes?
No.
Councillor Kelleher?
Yes.
Councillor Laws?
Yes.
Councillor Malcolm?
Yes.
Councillor McCall?
No.
Councillor Methven?
No.
Councillor Noon?
Yes.
Councillor Somerville?
No.
Councillor Weir?
No.
Councillor Wilson?
No.
Councillor Robertson?
No.
7 against and 4 in favour. Motion has failed.
7-4 motion failed. Thanks everyone.
7 against, I think.
Oh, sorry. Quite important there.
Yeah,
quite important.
I was getting excited.
Yeah. Motion failed. Thank you for the correction there. Good one. The time is not quite ready for a break now, so we're going to be moving into the rest of these recommendations, which is a lot of them, and they're all individually quite different. But there's nothing in the process that prevents us from moving them together or as chunks. Yep. Rightio. So what are we doing now? Any further questions then after we've dealt with all that? No. Yeah.
Like to move all eight recommendations.
Councillor Methven's moving them all. Yeah.
I was going to offer to move, but add an additional 9.
Okay. You're seconding, but let's hear the 9 first to see if Councillor Methven would like to or not.
It'd be ask the CEO to provide line items of the FTE and costs to the work and costs of the work programs in the annual plan for the purposes of better understanding for deliberations. If it's not to do it now, it's by the time we come to deliberations, we understand what those line items are.
So we are allowed to ask questions in debate, but I think I'm just going to, from the chair, ask now whether or not line iteming is something that can be achieved.
I guess that we just need to clarify at what level, because we report at a activity level, but I'm not sure that's your intent. So it would be good to understand what you mean by line items.
That's a good question.
Yeah.
Is it? Should I ask it now?
Yeah, I think so, because Councillor Methven's going to need to decide if you'd like that to be part of his motion or not as well.
Otherwise, I'll second that.
Yeah, I don't have to second it. I can just do it as a
Okay.
an additional.
That might be easier. Sorry, that might be simpler. Yep. If you withdraw your second and Councillor Weir is going to second the original. Yep. And then that one can be a subsequent one I think it's not counted to any others, but well, might be. Yeah, I'm just stuck. Sorry, we may need to have an adjournment yet to decide whether or not it's actually going to impact all of the other ones as well.
The subsequent won't.
No, okay, cool, okay. Councillor Metham, then, would you like to speak to it?
Yeah, look, I have a lot of confidence in the planning processes that we've undertaken to get to this point. I mean, even this morning, we've had a workshop going over a lot of the details in this annual plan. We've had workshops, I think we had 2 last year, we've had another one this year already on the annual plan. The work's been done, the questions have been asked. The modifications have actually been made through that process. So I have a lot of confidence in the planning process. We've got to also be aware that the processes give certainty to our staff and help them to function properly. So I'm back in this. It's just for the next year. We can come back and look at this $2 million fund and staff numbers within the planning process. That we'll have the opportunity to do that within the next 12 months. So, yeah, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thanks. Anyone else want to speak?
Just a question. I'm just wondering if you could take those individually rather than do them as, is it 9? We added.
No, it's 8 at the moment.
Just the 8.
No worries, yep. Any other people who want to debate?
Well, just to speed things up,
Yep.
I was thinking, what are the ones that are likely to be contentious and which are not? And I would highlight that for me, my problem's number 2. But I don't have a problem with noting, for example, number 1.
Yeah.
You see what I mean?
Yep, so we'll take them individually, that's all good, but we can debate them all now and then it'll just be, we won't debate them one by one.
But we'll take the votes one by one,
Yeah.
will we?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So you're putting, so this debate now is to debate all 8?
Thanks, yeah, that'll be easier and quicker, yep. Just say what you'd like to say on any of them, yep. If you need to say anything, you might have said it already, exactly. Seems like everyone's quite happy, so Councillor Weir.
Yeah, no, so just as the second sort of alright, that this annual plan is a continuation of our long-term plan and that's an LTP that lays out a vision for the region that we arrived at with the community. And so I'm excited for us to carry on with the work programs that we've laid out there and the annual plan, obviously with some adjustments from what is in the LTP and that rates increases less than we planned in the LTP. And while staff have worked hard to find efficiencies and savings throughout the organisation, it is worth noting that decrease in what the increase would have been is primarily due to us canning improvements to the bus network because of a lack of government co-funding. And so that'll be an ongoing conversation and how we get those bus network improvements back if that's something the community wants and how we progress with that into the future. But as it stands, yeah, that's right.
Right. Councillors, do you want to
say anything? I was going to say this quickly. I want to really raise again this issue of, are we actually improving the environment? Is our service level going to be better? Are we making a visible and discernible difference in how we manage the environment in Otago? I want to highlight that there are still 2 massive deficiencies to me around freshwater and particularly lake water quality with me, that I think that we are increasing our rates and having no discernible impact upon addressing. And I particularly want to look at pest management, where we've got a plan, we don't measure how effective we are at all, whether it's aquatic pests in lakes and rivers or whether it's terrestrial pests. So there will always be those deficiencies in the plan. We're going to increase rates by almost 8%, but I can't see anything in our plan that meets or measures those particular challenges. That's all I was saying.
Councillor Wilson.
I'm going to close now because it's part of the debate and it's already been put up, and I just want to note that I think number 3 has been changed to the from the diligent version to 34 rather than 20, sorry, 30, yeah. I think we have come a long way in improving our understanding of the environment and what we do. I think there's been some vast changes in this council that I am very pleased to see. But, and it's not blaming anyone because it is going through a period of change. I don't have confidence that everything is absolutely rosy because I cannot see what is happening. I couldn't describe how many people were working in each of our work streams. I can't describe how many people are out in the field as opposed to sitting in an office. Not that that's necessarily a bad or good thing, but that I don't understand that stuff. And so I'm not absolutely confident, and I think it's complacent to be confident without that sort of knowledge. What I'm asking for, and have asked for consistently, is an idea really about what the work programs mean. It's very easy in our annual plan, and we did in our long-term plan, and it's something that I argued against, is just to put lines of what we're doing, but at such a high level that no one actually understands what that is. So and I'll answer this now in response and works for my next motion, is that we actually should be clearer about that and us understand that. And if it's that we've got 20 staff delivering X, is that such a priority that we have 20 staff delivering that? And what would happen if we saw that it was 20 staff, but we actually had thought in our minds that was 10? So those are the sort of things that I don't think we are confident about, and that as governors we should be aware of. I don't want to know every single line item. There are some that I want to interrogate more, and the community I know would like to interrogate more. But at the first instance, if we're going to have the confidence that we've got the right purpose, we should be able to do some line item by activity that shows what our council looks like and put costs to it. So that's why I will support this motion for the purposes of consultation. I am sure that I will not be supporting some of the contents of it come the annual plan day after deliberations. But let's be open to what the submissions say. But let's inform ourselves better so that we understand the effect of what the FTEs are on that annual plan, so that we can have a fit for purpose discussion at deliberations.
Thanks. So yeah, you're debating the subsequent absolute no.
No, I was debating this because someone's said in their opening statement that they had confidence in it, and I was deferring against it.
Right. Oh, Councillor Calder.
So we're debating 1 to 8.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look, unfortunately, I'll be voting against the substantive ones of these again, purely because I think a very clear message was given to us around reining in costs, financial prudence. The messages are out there that local government, regional government is off on a trajectory of its own, and it doesn't seem to have the checks and balances that you would potentially have sitting around in your corporate company. It just seems to keep tracking upwards. So I don't see a way to do this other than to say no, and unfortunately, sorry to bring motions to the table that, well, I think at pertinent times, our ratepayers need to see us doing something, and bringing motions at least sparks the discussion, and we have to be taking some action. This country is in a very challenging time at the moment. We are struggling to fund infrastructure. We're struggling to retain people within New Zealand. There are changes afoot, and if some potential court cases make progress or traction that are currently will be nationwide topics, I think there'll be a mass exodus out of New Zealand. It is scary times, and so I, as one part, need to take a stand. So again, we'll vote no. Thank you.
Right. Councillor Forbes.
Thanks. Just reacting to lack of impacts being put forward as reasons for not continuing down the track we're on. And I'd just like to point out that environmental problems are generations in the making and generations in the fixing. And it's short-term thinking in the extreme to expect immediate return on investment. It is in any case anyway. However, impacts are visible actually due to incredible work. Lake Hayes, for example, rata blooming on the west coast for another, release of takahe into a predator vastly reduced area in the Rees. And community groups throughout our region have planted and controlled pests with our support, are doing the things that will improve environments. We are monitoring lakes with buoys we didn't used to do. The evidence of our impact is absolutely clear. Crack on. So I'll be supporting this.
Councillor Meetham, are you doing your right of reply? Yep, great. Do you need to speak first, Councillor?
Yeah, if he's going to reply, yeah, no, that's cool. If he's next, no trouble. I am supporting, I will be supporting this long-term, apart from one of the 8 that I won't support, but I will be supporting this long-term plan going out. We need to continue our work program. My real point of consideration is again taken from this morning's work that we had with our consultants on the structure of the ORC to Korowai, and what resonated to me was for ORC to be at its best, we need an understanding of any additional or different work ORC needs to undertake or cease to undertake. And I don't think at this stage we're at that point. And that's where previous motions were tried to be put that we haven't, that didn't land. And I really want to see from within this organisation some real good decision criteria and a real need, and we really have a need to prioritise where that work program is, whether it's mandatory, whether it is a nice to have, and whether our ratepayers 100% want it, because I think we need to get more clarity around that position.
Thanks, Councillor Malcolm. Councillor Meetham.
Firstly, I just want to acknowledge the work that Kevin, you put into conducting the workshops and progressing this through to where we are today. It's a lot of work that you've done there, and just want to recognise that. Look, I'm hearing the concerns about measures and outcomes. Michael, I agree with you. You shouldn't have to have a legoima to get that information. You shouldn't have to do that. But so I think that as part of the continuous improvement that we as an organisation need to embrace is to look at our measures and look at our performance outcomes in some sort of reporting format that's coming back to us so that we've all got the right information at the right time. So that's just part of the continuing improvement that can go ahead. But look, we need this plan, we need it approved. Yes, there's a rate increase. And that's just a fact of life. So that's it. Thanks.
Thank you. We will take them one by one then. I don't think we need to do a division on each. That'll take forever. So we're going with number 1. Oh, do you want to put them up, Kylie? Just, I know people have got them in front of them, but it is quite actually handy for the public record as well online. Anyway, the first one is noting this consolidated financial forecasting key underlying expenditure and funding changes to the LTP as presented in the discussion section of the report. We'll put that all in favour. Aye. Against.
No, and recorded, please.
Thank you. 1 against. Councillor Kelleher recorded. Thank you. That is passed. Number 2, which is up there, agrees the proposed adjustments to the LTP work program and associated financial forecast is summarised once again in that discussion section. So we'll put that all in favour. Aye. Against.
No. Recorded, please.
Yeah, I think there were 3 no's there, and would you all like them recorded?
Sure.
Yep.
Who laws and Malcolm?
Yes,
Yep. Thank you. Got that. Yep. We're on to 3. Agrees proposed changes to the LTP do not represent significant or material change. We'll put that all in favour. Aye. Against. Carried. 4, approves the proposed changes to the LTP measures and targets for the purpose of consulting the annual plan. Put that, all in favour?
Aye.
Against?
No.
Two noes, I think, and want those recorded. Yep, councillor Lawson, councillor Kelleher, motion's passed. 5 is approves proposed changes to ORC schedule of fees and charges for the purpose of consultation. We'll put that, all in favour? Aye. Against?
No.
I'm thinking that's 2. Yep. And you would like them recorded. Yep, councillor Lawson, councillor Kelleher, and the motion's passed. 6 is noting that a comms plan
Change the
and
dates.
sorry.
Change the date.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. The communication plan and draft consultation
Right now.
content has been considered. Yep, so I'll put that, all in favour? Aye.
Aye.
Against? Carry? No.
No, I mean, well,
Oh, sorry,
just
yep.
so we know.
Nobody voted against, carried.
Voting against the fact.
Yeah, right. 7 directs council staff to begin community consultation on the proposed adjustments to the LTP. Put that, all in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Directs council staff to begin community consultation on proposed changes to the ORC fees and charges. Put that, all in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Right, now, Kate.
Can we have an adjournment so I can make sure I've got the right motion?
Definitely, yep.
Thank you.
I'm happy to move that we adjourn.
Have
Oh,
the
sorry.
second.
Oh, yeah, thanks, councillor Malcolm. Well,
Yeah,
just,
there's a link.
yeah, we're just having a bit of a,
We have the break.
okay, great. So shall we come back at what, 10 past? Yeah, sounds good to me.
Can I
Put
ask you
that,
a
all in
question?
favour? Aye, it's carried. Thanks. We're now standing adjourned. All right, we're underway again. Everyone, welcome back. Excuse me. So, yeah, we're going to put up this other resolution that Councillor Wilson's brought forth,
What's this motion?
and I will allow a question or two on it if we need. The council requests a summary of expenditure and FTE and associated work programs or deliverables for each group within ORC structure for a high level understanding in time for deliberations. Okay, Councillor Wilson, maybe, yeah, no, I'm just trying to get the right process for this.
I'll move that.
Yeah, you're moving it. Seconder for it, Councillor Noon. Are there any questions about this? Councillor Weir and then Councillor Laws.
Yeah, just and maybe for the CEO or the mover, I'm just wanting to properly understand how this would exactly differ from the current reporting we get. So the activity level and, you know, see that per part of the organisation and how much money is spent. Just how this would differ. Is it just more detail or?
Yeah. I'm not sure. I think with the discussion with the mover is that just seeking greater clarity. So we'd go back and review what we've provided, but my sense is we would be breaking it down slightly further by team rather than by activity to make it very clear within what team what the resources are and what they are delivering on as part of our work program. So it's probably slightly different. We've done it like that previously, but we would work back into it for this year.
Councillor Laws, you're next.
I'm not sure that this motion delivers what you want to deliver, or maybe I've misinterpreted, so you tell me. You seem to be able to say, what do council staff do? You know, as in, and then are they effective in what they do across the organisation or in specific areas? And you go from IT to communications to on the ground staff to front desk staff and things like that. And are there then any staff rationalisations or reorganisations that are possible that might be better, more effective use of staff or a more effective use of ratepayer monies? Is that where you're going?
I think we have set the CE some very difficult tasks, given the time frame that he's been CE, given the number of reviews that we've done of the structure and efficiency and effectiveness and the Te Kawerau report. And that to make any of the judgments on any of those things right at the moment would be difficult. But we can and should be interrogating with some understanding a better, at a high level, what the outcomes and the costs are of the deliverables in our annual plan, which are line items, but they don't come with FTEs and costs. The problem is it's really hard because we've got a structure of staff that work in groups, but they work across deliverables. And so in the first instance, I don't think I can quite get what I wanted to get, which was a line item in the annual plan, which would say the FTEs and the costs, because I think that's too complicated given the current structure. But given that, I think we challenged the CE to come with output efficiency and effectiveness, and we're only just giving him some of those tools, really. Then we should be getting at least something that he can deliver, which is in the groups, understanding what those FTEs are and those costs, and then we can start interrogating some of that stuff. It may not be able to be fixed this year. Hopefully by year 3, when we're all working and thinking in the same way, then we may come up with a cleverer way to say, how is this looking on our deliverables and does it look right for the costs? I don't know, and maybe I'm asking the wrong questions. I just want to test it because at the moment we're not getting that information.
I was just wondering if you're asking the wrong person.
I have only one person I can ask, I think.
Yeah. No, you don't. Well, no, you don't, is the answer to that. That's the, sorry, can I explain what I mean? It wasn't intended as an aspersion, but surely the chief executive would be thinking along those lines already. That was his job.
Yeah, I think that would be my question. Is the chief executive thinking that this type of approach is something that you would be keen to do into the future, how much extra work would there be to do this at this late stage in the annual plan? And is it something that you're working towards anyway?
So yes, we are heading in a direction that is greater transparency of the work program. So we touched on that earlier today. There's been a number of requests for us to better articulate our work program. That work program or business planning should lead to greater transparency through our corporate planning processes, where you will get a clearer breakdown on the staff or FTEs, if you just refer to that, the FTEs, the associated expenditure, whether it's consultants or fees or whatever else that would be, and then the outputs of each of those teams. So yes, it's definitely in our thinking, and we would hope to be a long way down that path for next year's annual planning process. How much work is required to deliver this for deliberations, I don't know. I have to liaise with Nick and Amanda. We have a lot of this information. Whether it's exactly in the right format or not, I don't know. So we would just need to go back through, but I can't answer that specifically at the moment in terms of what additional work would be required between now and deliberations.
Right, sorry, we're labouring a wee bit on this. We normally have the motion and then put it, but yep, if we've got genuine questions that need answered, yep, Councillor Metham.
Yeah, just a question. So what is the timeframe here? So when are those deliberations supposed to be completed?
So end of May, 29 May.
Okay, given that, Richard, is this achievable?
If it's a resolution, we'll have to deliver it.
Right, okay.
It's effectively the way it works. So, yeah.
Councillor McCall.
Oh, yes, I just like to get an understanding. Like I take a lot of heart in what Richard said is, and we've a desire to move the business to be more transparent and so that we can actually see inside a wee bit further into the business as individuals. But I think, and so that's really good. But I'm really wondering, so the motion that we got in front of us here today, what is the intended outcome? Is the intended outcome to get a spreadsheet with expenditure and FTEs and work programs with the intention that we may put a line through some? Or is it just an intention to know?
Is this a question of debate, or is that a question for me?
Yeah.
I can't.
Yes. Well, I would like to think that we would have a better informed understanding of our work programs and the costs, that when we are deliberating, we can say with some hand on heart, we understand those costs and the effects thereof if we keep them in and or if we took them out. And that's just about, I'm just trying to build, we've got some people here who aren't happy with the current plan, and we've got some that are very happy, and I'm just trying to build a consensus around a way forward that we can all have some confidence in that. And so this is the only way I can see is a motion around the table that would do that.
Yeah, so
All right, yep, thanks. Yep. Yeah, we're gonna need to have the debate now, real quickly.
Look, I don't want to say anything. I said it before. I totally respect the motions that have come around this table earlier today. I'm trying to build a better understanding rather than making decisions on the hoof. And this is the only way that I can get that better information. And I really appreciate the fact that this was offered up willingly with the CE. It's something that he thinks he can deliver. If he can't deliver it, I'm sure he'll tell us he can't deliver it, and we'll get something as best as we can. But I think that we need to understand that there are some real concerns out there, and we don't actually understand this, and we don't have the confidence without us getting some better information.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Noon.
Yeah, I just think this sort of information is essential for elected members to represent their constituents. You know, whether we get asked this information or not, we should know it. Simple as that.
Anyone else? Oh, yep, Councillor Malcolm then Forbes.
Oh, sorry, I was just going to say put it.
Yeah,
Sorry.
put it. Yep.
I'm happy just to put it.
Yep, let's
Sorry.
put it then. Thanks, fantastic. We will put it all in favour. Aye. Against. Carried. There you go. Okay, well done, everybody. Thank you very much for all the hard work up to this stage on the annual plan. Appreciated, and we will look forward to the feedback from our community. The next paper hopefully will be a quick one. It is 9.2 order of candidate names on voting documents.
So
I'll
moved.
move as recommended.
Right, yep, great. So
Moving,
move councillor
yeah.
Wilson, seconded councillor Laws. And what you're doing is approving the continued use of random order of candidate names on voting documents for the 2025 election. Everyone's clear on that. Does anyone want to either have a question?
I have a very different view of my name as Abbott.
Yeah, exactly. And is there any debate? It's possible someone wants to debate this? No? Okay, then we'll put it all in favour. Aye. Against, carried. Perfect. 9.3 is a bigger one. This is private share of public transport operating costs. Thank you very much to those who have been waiting for this paper. Oh, right, and Lorraine is online. Welcome, Lorraine.
Yeah, no, just shows you.
Anita might be online. Oh, sorry. I was just saying.
It does
I mean, I
happen.
wasn't looking forward.
we are.
Sorry, Anita.
No, that's right.
Yeah.
I'm going to attempt to share some slides.
I think there's a conflict of interest. There's a great big bus sitting behind Lorraine.
2, 3.
It's just down the corner too.
It's
Come on up.
not very profitable.
Okay, so we just let you get set up and yeah, we understand what this one is all about, but a really important topic for our communities.
So thank you. We'll largely take the paper as read, but Robin has prepared some slides which we thought we might talk you through. Reasonably simple issues, but complexity because of the timing with the RPTP process. So I'll just pass over to Robin while I try to share the screen.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Yeah, as Anita said, we'd like to take this paper as read. The purpose of the paper is just really to highlight to you the changes that have come through from central government with requirements to public transport cost recovery. I appreciate this is a dense and really complex topic. So rather than speaking directly to the paper, I sort of thought it'd be helpful to put through a bit of a slide deck so we can explain some of the material and just give a little bit of additional context around private share targets, and then traverse some of the potential mechanisms and approaches we can take to responding to these expectations from central government. Make it full screen? Yeah.
This was about
This is some quite. So the first one was really just a recap on what private share is. This graphic is in our paper. Private share is a measure of cost recovery. That is the value of public transport operating costs that we can, that's funded by private and public revenue. So I guess the piece we're talking about is the bottom blue box, the private share aspect.
Oh, I give me a little. Can I just ask a really basic question?
Definitely, yeah, we'll just go with a quick question.
Yeah, go for it.
Hey, and it's one I asked Lorraine the other day in a totally different reason, but looking at this picture, gold card, which is a fare that is given to us by the government, so it's central government funding, but does it come in as NFTL funding or an appropriation other than the NZTA? I know it goes through the NZTA, but the funding stream that they're comparing it to, because it, in many ways, the more elderly people you've got on gold cards, their share that's normally a private share, is it their share going into that bit or the central government?
I need to just check that discussion document because it's quite,
I know
it is a specific.
And even it could be quite high.
Yeah, yeah.
It could swing at this. Sorry.
I don't know. Do you know, Lorraine, off the top of your head?
So the Super Gold payment that gets made to us is a bulk funding that comes through government. It does come through NZTA, but it's from vote transport. So it counts as public share, because it's in that box, the middle box there, central government funding. And I think, as Robin will explain, the driver for private share is to reduce the cost of burden, I guess, of public transport on both the taxpayer and the ratepayer. So that is considered to be Supergold funding as part of the central government funding. So it's if you like, a burden on the taxpayer for public transport.
So we should be doing an Ian Taylor and asking anyone on a Supergold card not to use them if they don't need to. Thank you.
Right, okay, let's go. We've only got limited time today, yeah.
Sorry, I might just sorry, Nita, I'm doing that. Can I see my notes still?
No.
Oh.
It's on yours, you should be able to.
No, I can't.
You should be able to on yours.
Sorry, we're not having
a very good day here.
Can we continue that discussion while we're waiting? Super Gold card over 65s. So we're actually suggesting that we charge 5 to 12-year-olds now for the bus. And over 65s are going to be free. What else can we do about that? There's something completely wrong there.
Yep, that's the
They've made
reality
Texas
of
their whole
the decision.
You just want to
It's a government decision.
One is a government decision, the second is a decision for you. So one of the tools that you've got is to remove the concessions or change the concessions for 5 to 12-year-olds. You don't have to do that.
No.
It is a choice for you. It's one that we can make reasonably easily and show to NZTA that we're looking to increase private share, but it is your decision. As opposed to the super gold, which is a government.
Can't be subsidised by the super gold.
Yeah, we can't do that.
Right, how are we going?
Okay. Yeah, we're all good. Sorry.
Let's go.
Apologies for that. So yeah, just quickly here, what we're talking about is the blue box fares and private share. The line there, the dynamic nature is the more fares we can collect, the more revenue we can get into that private share box, the lower the rates and central government funding share will be of our operating costs. So just to recap too, the private share includes fare substitutes, so that's things like corporate schemes, and commercial revenue such as advertising, and then enforcement revenue, which obviously we don't really do down here in Otago. So why now? So why are we bringing this to you? I guess the GPS is our why. The GPS sets out an expectation to increase private share revenue to offset increasing public transport operating costs and reduce that burden on both our rate and taxpayers. Further, GPS states an expectation for PDAs to set targets and to be actively working towards increasing private share. At this point, it's unclear why this is a priority for the government, given the majority of NLTF will be used for major roading projects. Why now? And I think I just really want to stress that timing is an important consideration as we traverse this paper today. And I do apologise for bringing you back into this heavy paper straight after the holidays. So as you've read in paragraph 18, these targets up here we received on the 18th of November and were requested by NZTA to urgently respond to them. To enable some preliminary discussions, we have responded to them as staff. And with the targets that we responded with are in paragraph 61, so that's 20%, 25% and 30% over the next 3 years. I'll go into these in more detail later, but the important point here is that the topic such as this is potentially significant impact on our community. It's important that we ensure local government processes are followed, including engagement with yourselves and the community. The timelines dictated by NZTA made this near impossible in November, December, and there was also a real lack of appreciation from them. The other reason we're bringing this, sorry?
No, I'm just going, oh.
The other reason we're bringing this to you now is the timing with our RPTP. The RPTP has to deal with this, and we've had to write that in a manner that reflects the GPS and the expectation around private share. Our value for money section, whilst it's been updated since you last seen it, it has undergone quite a extensive change to reflect what we need to for our government. The RPTP also has to state what our funding and fares policies are, and that includes what concession discounts we offer for our transport at disadvantaged groups. We know that fares and affordability mean a lot to you, and this is an opportunity to talk through and get a steer from you now ahead of bringing the draft RPTP to the PATC and Council in March. The consultation on the RPTP is also our avenue for getting our feedback from the community on our approach to both the private share conversation as well as fares and fare structure. Sorry.
No, it's all right. You just might skip this one, I think.
Yeah,
go lightly over it.
Just very quickly, how does really, I just wanted to point out with here, our strategic direction is our compass, and our priorities for transport laid out in our strategic direction have a few tensions with the government direction. So we've got a bit of a challenge. Next slide, sorry. Yeah. So how are we doing? All things being equal, we're actually doing really well down here in Otago. As this graph shows, we're kicking well above our weight for the size of our region. We're sitting at 18.7, which is slightly above the national average, but certainly well above that 11.9 line for regions of a similar size. Just unfortunately, the fact that we are doing well hasn't sort of come through in our correspondence with NZTA in terms of what our targets are. I'll move the next one. So this is really just quickly what levers do we have to work with. Our fares is obviously a key lever we've got, and there's three components to that: concession discounts, our base fare, and then our fare structure, which we've touched on in the paper. The second option is our third-party commercial revenue, which again, paragraphs 26 through 30, we've outlined some opportunities there. And in terms of operating costs, we're always looking for opportunities to optimise our operational costs, and we really don't want to reduce services at any cost. The graphic there is really just depicting, like if we increase fares, we do have a patronage response. We will lose patronage. That's, yeah. Keep going. So with the complex interaction of factors influencing people's decision to use and pay for public transport, how can we increase private share over time to meet our private share targets? That's what we're here with you today, to understand how we can carefully manage that. Obviously, adjusting anything too quickly is going to undo all the good stuff that we've actually done. We must therefore consider those trade-offs and implications. Why are we doing so well down here comparatively to our other regions? And it's quite plain and simple. It's those network success factors. We have good service bands, we have good frequency, our system is easy and attractive to use, and we have a simple fare structure. We do have some lower patronage on some routes, but this is not a good measure of private share, and we need to look to other levers when we start thinking about reducing services, because those low patronage routes still do form a function within our network. So I'm going to take you through some examples now that we've done some modelling with Stantec on. So the examples that we're going to give you have been modelled to reflect typical responses to fare change over the long term. I don't want to go into any detail, but that's using fare elasticities. They do take account of inflation, and we've done a population growth measure. Or they also incorporate the service improvements that we are looking at in Queenstown. But a bit of a spoiler, we really will struggle or can't get to our 30% using fare levers alone. So what we've got here is, sorry, just get to the graph. When we think about what people prepared to pay for public transport on pay when they board the bus, people make a decision as to whether they want to take the bus, what the alternatives are for some people, which could be car, walking or cycling, or miss trips completely. So if we look at the above here, when we raise fares, they come with big implications. The 4 lines on here, the yellow one is our baseline. So that's if we do nothing. And that's showing the patronage and obviously the corresponding revenue behind. I apologise, this graphic has only just been circulated late this afternoon because this work is very much work in progress, and we're still working with the modellers on this. The blue line is the first option, or the first example, which is reducing the or changing our concession discount from 100% to 25% for our children. I just need to make that. The orange is 50. Thank you. Yeah, so the first one's 25%. The orange one is 50%. The black one is 75%, and the green one is 100% increase.
And so that 100% would take you to $4 as an adult.
And so as you can see with all of them, there's an initial drop off of patronage when that hits, and we've got a sugar rush of revenue. And then over time, we slowly get that patronage back with our service uplifts. If we were, for example, if we were to do another fare increase 3 years down the track, you'd see a similar drop in patronage. So I guess the purpose here is not so much to focus on the numbers, but to focus on those trends. And yeah, the bigger the fare, social implications aside, the bigger the fare increase, the greater the passenger response.
Yeah, we got quite a few questions, so we'll try and make them quick. Councillor Somerville, then Laws.
Do those models there, that's with the increasing the base fare, do they also include a change to the child concession, the free child fares? Is that included in that model?
So these ones here, we're just looking at the response of the B card fare. So this is a sort of prelude to why we've chosen 25% to consider as a change. So we've tested what the likely response would be on our main users, which are our adult passengers.
Okay, thank you. And I guess secondly, that's giving the estimated or projected patronage and income. Have you got some estimate of how that compares with those private share targets?
Yes, I have. I'll come to that. Yeah, we'll wrap that up. Also, this here assumes that our costs don't change over that time, except they have built in the cost uplift for the Queenstown improvements over the next couple of years.
Councillor Laws.
Nevertheless, the recommendation here is centred around that 5 to 12-year-old child and the removal of the concession from them from the 1st of September 2025 of this year. I assume that all 5 to 12-year-olds who are using our bus services and who go to school travel on our scheduled bus services. Is that correct, or most of them?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So they are not discretionary customers. They are kids who have to go to school because, and particularly with the new truancy legislation, and there is going to be a cost imposed upon those households that they effectively will not be able to escape. Is that correct?
Yes, if you make the decision to put in the RPTP a change in that concession, so at the moment it's 100%, if you change that in any way, that results in a cost to that bracket of people using the bus.
So I think you're recommending in your recommendations, is it $1.50 or $1 that you would charge 5 to 12-year-olds?
So if you decide to remove the concession, we've recommended a 25% concession. So the fare would be $1.50 across both networks. At the moment it's $1.20 in Dunedin, $1.50 in Queenstown.
So the practical effect of that would be that if I had a child that was going to school and coming back 5 days a week, that $15 a week.
That's correct.
And over a 40-week year, that would be a considerable sum of money. And even $15 for some of the lower income households would be considerable. And then, of course, I'm likely to have or potentially have multiple children in that household anyhow. So the practical effect of that could be potentially catastrophic.
Yeah.
For poor families in Dunedin in particular.
That's correct. And so what we are recommending is you consider the level of concession for those 5 to 12-year-olds, change in the adult B card fare. And
do you want to go to the next slide? It's got the 4.
Here we go. These are
the examples that we wanted to traverse with you, because we do have different mechanisms and then the impact of each of those on both our private share, our patronage and our revenue, the three pillars.
So do I understand that if you wanted to keep it at 0 for the 5 to 12-year-olds, you could make that up by simply increasing the adult fare by 25% from $2 to $2.50.
That's one of the options, and that's exactly what the example 2 we give you does. Yep.
What about the students who are currently aged 13 to 18 who would be taking those same buses mostly intermediate and secondary school students.
So at the moment, they pay the either $1.20 or the $1.50, depending on which network they're on.
And they're not proposing to add any fees to that. They're not proposing to increase those fees.
At the moment, we're not really proposing anything as part of this. I think what we're just trying to point to you as some examples that we could use. There's all myriad of different permutations we could do of concessions or fares, you know, cash fares, B card fares, child, youth. I guess we just want to give you a steer on what we've been asked to achieve through the GPS and that move to increase our private share and the types of things that we can use to do that.
Nevertheless, we have to make a decision by September.
So what we're, so two things. One is you could choose through, so what we're recommending is you make these decisions today to go into the RPTP to go out for consultation. You could also make a decision around the 13 to 18-year-olds if you wanted to revisit that. We haven't particularly modelled it, but that would also, if you're going to look to change that, that would bring in additional revenue that we haven't forecast. May also reduce patronage as well. So the September date is to reflect the fact that we would really like these decisions made as part of the RPTP hearings and then allow us some time to implement them. So on the assumption that RPTP is done by the end of June, and then that gives us 3 months to roll them out and implement them and communicate them, whatever the decisions may be.
Shall we keep going?
Yeah. So this is the first example where we implement a child fare of $1.50. And here you can see this very minor impact to our patronage, but our revenue increases from 7.95 million to 8.35 this is over the course, in 2025-26, that first year.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yep.
Well, the quick question is, so if you take just leave it as it is, the patronage grows from what, 6 million people up to 9 million.
Yeah.
Will that require additional services? So more
No,
cost?
that's just based on what our current.
So does the cost of the service not really feed into the private share or the percentage private share?
Yes, it does, but this is just projecting out over the next 10 years at a constant cost. So it's no additional service improvements, but there has been an inflation adjustment.
So what we haven't done is we haven't looked at any reductions in OPEX in terms of changing the network, reducing hours of service, reducing the number of routes. We haven't done any of that at this point in time. We've just looked at the other side of the equation, so increasing revenue rather than reducing cost in terms of that in and out equation.
Do you have numbers
of
people who are, I mean, when you're talking about that, what's the numbers who are currently using it, 5 to 12 and 13 to 18?
So this is so the modelling has been based off the 2023-24 B card users, and then we've projected what those patronage increases would be based on population growth.
So you don't know how many currently 5 to 12-year-olds are travelling on buses?
We can find that out, absolutely. We do have it.
Well, it's going to be critical, isn't it?
That makes up how you got to your 400,000 increase.
Yeah, so that's starting with what we know and projecting it out.
We know that.
Yes.
Yeah. So that first line is our known data.
Yeah.
In terms of 5 to 12-year-olds, which is.
You don't know what's currently there.
Do you want to just quickly maybe go through each slide and then we can talk about them? It's quite good to have the comparison.
So how do you, sorry, Chair.
We do need to keep going.
Yeah, but how do you actually, so that's the base number at the moment. You've got you know that many 5 to 12-year-olds get on the bus.
Yeah.
So every time they get on the bus, they.
That many trips.
That many
that many children.
Yeah, sorry, trips. But you've got they have to flash a card to show they've 5 to 12-year-old.
Yeah, they still scan on.
Yeah, that's
it doesn't
right.
charge them anything.
Yeah.
Well, they don't catch the bus as in what happened just 20 minutes ago with my child. So we'll just keep going.
Yeah.
So this is the option 2. This is leaving the child concession at 100%, and just increasing the B card adult fare.
Yeah, and as we can see, the patronage drops and continues on a fairly even, sits under the baseline. We widen it over time, And we've got a revenue increase from the 7.95 million to the 9.02 million. And you can see that initial drop off as we raise the fare, and then it batters up over time.
Have we got these on slides? We haven't, have we?
No, you don't have the slides.
These
no.
have literally just come in.
No, it's fine. It's really hard to see them.
Yeah, sure. We can absolutely circulate them, and that's no problem. And then the next one, do you just go to the next one? This is incorporating both those things. So the adult B card increase plus the child fare now being at $1.50. And again, you just see the response heightens. We get a sugar rush again of the revenue in those early years, and then it plateaus off over time. So I think too, the thing here we need to think about, I mentioned the timing aspect, but we've got to think about like what our goals are as well, because here we can, get that sugar rush of revenue, but is that something that we want in the long term for our network? So these are now them all overlaid together, and you can start to get a better appreciation of the differences. The yellow line again is our baseline. The green one is the child fare being implemented. The blue one is the B card, and then the orange one is the combination of the two. And we've done this in nominal terms, and then just the next slide shows it in real terms, which again is just that flattening. And just reminding us, I guess, too, if we've got showing the one-off effect of a fare increase, if we did decide that, there were future fare increases, you get that same patronage suppression response each time. So this is the piece that you were after. So this is just looking to what does this mean in terms of private share? What will this do for us? And the top line there is our current projections based on our figures that are in the LTP. I've just popped in there what we've indicated to NZTA as possible private share targets. And then I've put the 4 examples that we've got there of where we're going to get to based on those responses. So as you can see, the first option is around the 20%. Our second option slightly more, around about 22%. And then the third option just nudging into the 23% and the 26, 27. And then if you just want to go to the next slide, the next one's quite good, just to show that even if we project that out over a longer term, we're edging towards the 30% at the end of the decade, assuming nothing else changes. But yeah, it's a big ask.
Assume the same governance going to change.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're done. Well, we're nearly done. Or
yeah, just the last slide was just around the RPTP, and just reminding you that we do have the RPTP coming to you in March. This is our opportunity to talk to the community, get their feedback on what levers we should be looking at. As indicated in our paper, we do need to put in a concession discount in our RPTP document. NZTA also require us to put in our private share targets. So we just need some steer and direction from you on what you feel comfortable including in that draft.
Can I just clarify that the full draft is still to come back for approval?
Yes.
Yeah. So I just want to make sure we're clear on the process. So what we are doing today is trying to respond to the messages we've had from the government via NZTA to take action on private share now. That's what the government's asking for. What we've said is that, and we've got an RPTP process that is underway and has been through some workshops and some papers with council to go and make arbitrary decisions now on fares while we're midway through an RPTP process would just not be good process, because then what would we be going and having a conversation with our community about if we'd just gone and made some fair decisions in response to the request from government to increase private share? We do accept the need to increase that share. That's been signalled and is something that the council table is actually, well, not all, but the majority of the council table has signalled over time. So it was heading that way anyway. What we are wanting to do is be able to demonstrate to the government via NZTA that we are preparing to make the changes that they're looking for to increase private share. So you'll notice in the recommendations that nothing there is actually changing anything now, but it is signalling to the government that we understand their drive for increased private share, and through our RPTP process, we will undertake a full review of fares with a view to meeting those new private share targets. But we're not actually shifting the dial with the decisions today. It's really just sending an indication back to the government that we understand the direction, but we have a process already underway to do that appropriately with our community.
Thanks. Councillor Malcolm, then Wilson, then Megan.
So we're 50%, our private share take is 50% better than 11 other councils. So we are, while we're not at the targets that government setting, we are, compared to the rest, we're doing a pretty damn good job. Why is Auckland and Greater Wellington, why is their private share that much better? Is it just fares and because they've got a whole heap of people, or?
They've got different opportunities that we don't have. They own assets, they can get commercial revenue, they've got higher patronage. So there's a combination of all of those things. The same with Greater Wellington. So.
Councillor Wilson.
So,
sorry,
you won't,
Councillor Malcolm.
sorry, so you haven't got the proportions of what that is?
No, not for us. No.
Yeah, like I mean, if it's so much was fair and only a small part, well, I could understand that, but yeah. We don't.
My frustration is that, and thank you for the report, it's exactly what we should be getting. The problem is there's some political stuff that we should be doing at the same time here. And one is that there are other levers, and one would be the City Council putting up their parking revenue, which would drive it better. Is that correct? That's a question. Thank you. The second one is if the other legislative problem we've got is that there is nothing that drives bus priority, and the more people who get on the bus, the quicker they can be. So the question I have for you is, in a political arm, because we're political and we can do these things which you sometimes won't feel empowered to do, should we be considering writing to the minister or ministry and pointing out that one of the levers that we would appreciate is having a bus priority that buses be given priority, so that when a bus is indicating, you actually have a good way to let them out so that they can run and be efficient and effective.
So I think if there are political messages you think should be shared, we'd really support.
Thank you. Would that be one of them? Thank you. And along that side, I think I'm just wondering whether there is a case for Otago region, and I don't want to take any credit for the bus numbers. I really want to give that out to the community. Well done, community. You're absolutely fabulous. But is Otago in a slightly different and for a number of reasons having an exception? We run the RITs, and the problem is we can't get data out of that easily. And to make some of these decisions without that data, but when we get onto the national ticketing system, will be much easier to show the story, whether we should be saying there's actually a case politically for an exception to do this work when we're back, when we're on that, but we can't get on there as first cab off, we're the last cab onto the NTS because we hold the runs. Does that make sense?
We do have pretty good patronage data now. The NTS will give us data slightly differently, but I don't know if it'll give us more data. We do, I mean, we report quarterly on patronage and revenue and those things through PATC. We've got a reasonable understanding of that. I'm not sure if that'll necessarily change for NTS.
My understanding is that I can't get trip by trip or, the 3 o'clock bus in the afternoon, I don't know how busy it is compared to the 6 o'clock bus and things like that. That data is not easy to obtain. I would expect that it'll be a lot easier to obtain. I'm not going to ask for that information at the moment because I know how hard it is.
I think there's a lot of manual inputs required to extract that.
Whereas I think under the NTS, one of the goals is that we'll be able to get that information more easily. And therefore we can do that case better. That's where I was trying to go.
Sorry,
I was just going to say one more thing, just with regards to the bus priority and the parking. The RPTP also speaks to, so I mean, it's hard to bring this issue to you in isolation. Obviously, we need to get some feedback on it, but the RPTP does cover some of those wider issues, including parking management and priority in the network aspect. So hopefully we've got a more rounded story in our RPTP.
Thank you.
Richard, you were just talking about the recommendations and how they were going to act as a guideline or something similar. Recommendation 5 is actually, it looks like it's approve to me, approve the concession, the change of the concession discount for the children, 5 to 12.
In the draft RPTP.
Okay, so just explain that. It's just
so the regional public transport plan still has to be signed off and then go out for consultation. All you're doing today is signalling to staff that they should include this in that draft document. And then that enables us to signal to government that we are starting that process of considering how we raise our private share.
Why should we do that? Why don't we just do it?
So if I could be clear, we have to have the child concession in the draft RPTP. So we have to have a number, whether that's 100% concession as it is now or something else. So we're recommending removing, but it could be something else, but we have to have it in the draft RPTP for
Why don't
inclusion.
you just leave it as it is?
So you can make a choice.
You
You
can
can
make
absolutely.
that choice.
But this
So you
here
can-
is written.
You can change that.
Yeah,
you
we'll
want-
start
He's
with
making a fair
recommendation.
point.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is our staff recommendation. You don't have to accept.
Yeah, absolutely. And just further clarity to that, I guess it's the alignment with the GPS. So in order to, a free fare, for example, does not align with the current GPS and the expectation from government. And that's why this is the recommendation.
Very confusing.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I think
Confused.
councillor Laws was
There's a lot of
next.
changes.
Councillor Laws.
I don't know if we've got many more questions now. I wondered if we could move on to debate. Is that possible?
That would be fantastic.
Okay. And then I'd
What
like
would
to
you like
just
to know?
start.
Oh, sorry, there's an additional resolution that I think Richard suggested that
So
might
this
have been
relates-
missed.
If you want things on.
Can't see
Sorry.
that.
So can we just make that a bit bigger, Kylie, please? So there's an additional one there which relates to the signals that we need to be able to send back through NZTA, noting these increased or noting these requirements from the government through the GPS. So again, it's just another noting recommendation, but we just reflected on those and what we've been asked to bring to you and added that one.
Okay.
Councillor Laws.
I'm happy to move sections 1 to 4. Motions 1 to 4. But I just want to flag now that I'm unhappy and will not move number 5. Because the debate we're now going to have is whether or not we include that in the draft plan. And I would be, if you're going to give me a choice, and I think I've got one as enumerated out, it would be to keep the free fares for 5 to 12-year-olds and put out for discussion moving the fare for adults from $2 to $2.50. And I would prefer that. So I'd move that as the option. Given that you're placed me in a position where I'm manacled and have to do something, I'm choosing between evil and evil. I would choose the evil in which we don't victimize small children.
So 24% increase.
Good one. So you want to
My
put
gosh,
that
Michael
all up
Laws
then?
and Elliot moving in second.
There's some great evil. men
Yeah,
out there.
beautiful.
Yeah, sorry, we can.
I'll
Sorry,
go
who
through
are you
them and I'll-
talking about that?
we'll it up.
Is Ellen?
Yeah, I can see
Yeah, I
that.
have a
I'm just
question about number
trying to
7.
figure out what councillor Laws is actually moving, because he's moving something at the moment, and then we need to get a seconder. So he's got,
Example 2.
I'm moving example 2.
yeah. And but you've initially said you were going to do 1 to 4. You're going to just do
I'll move 1 to
one.
4 and,
Yeah.
but I would amend 5.
So move them all, but like that.
To remove the section A
Please.
and replace it with
Okay. Cool.
increase the adult fare from
Yeah,
$2 to
who's-
$2.
who's-
Can I just confirm administration was, Anita's just drafting out that alternative to 5, and I think, and that you've just laid out, and she'll send that through.
Oh,
government.
are you doing that now?
Anita's doing that,
Okay.
and maybe in the meantime, just in the interest of time, I think Ellen had a question on
Yeah.
7.
Yes, I
have to keep going.
Yep.
I was just going to get a seconder, but
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah. Okay, Alex seconded.
Beautiful thing.
Yep,
Yeah, that's
Alex.
right. Popping the question about number 7, that has just popped up there. I guess my question is it realistic and feasible to propose those targets for private share when we don't actually have a plan at this stage to reaching them?
For what? How do you give you plan to what?
Well, we're proposing those, that's in paragraph 61, 20, 25%, 30% by 25, 26, 27, proportion of private share, but we clearly don't have a plan for reaching those targets. Is that sort of a viable, feasible thing to be proposing those without plan?
So the tail end of that motion, sorry, it'll pop back up once we update 5, is that to be confirmed through the RPTP process.
Yeah.
So we still need to complete the modelling, develop the plan, and understand what that means from a future budgeting perspective, and then obviously go back and have those discussions with the NZTA about what that may mean for our targets. So they're effectively noting them as those interim targets that have been subject to the discussions. But you're right, we still need to understand what we may achieve through our decisions in the RPTP.
Okay. How are we going on? Capturing
Fire
that.
it away.
Can I ask, Lloyd wants a question too, well, yeah.
Sorry.
We got the 25% like adult fare in here.
That's what she's putting in there.
That's what I need.
We've just seen
Oh,
two
okay.
resolutions.
Just waiting for that.
And I was going to ask, I think I've got it sorted now, but are you allowed to have, because we talk about giving a 100% concession to under 12s, is that NZTA allowable? Is that allowable? Is that going to?
That's a choice you make, but it is contrary to the GPS. That is a
Contrary to
choice
the-
available to you. It is contrary to the private share direction.
So that's us. Is that us openly going against the government's desires?
Then
It is contrary to the GPS in terms of increasing private
But
share.
we're not asking for government money to sit beside it, so yeah.
But we are increasing our private share by the other stuff we're doing, so
Yeah,
we're
that's
heading in
right.
the right direction.
So
What do you, sorry, councillor McCall, finishing your
well, I just want
question.
to get them again. So you got the next one, the use, which is I think it's 12 to 18 or whatever. So they would be under what you're going to put into your plan to get for consultation. They'd be that 25%. Because they're on a concession now, I think now.
Yes, it's.
So they go onto the same concession as an old adult fare. So what we're saying?
sorry,
Well, the concession will always come off the adult fare.
Yeah.
So if we put up the adult fare, the concession will be 25% or 40%. That's what we need to state.
Oh, okay. So what
They're going to be the same at the moment. It's $1.20 the other.
So the youth fee will go up by 25% as well.
so I was getting confused with the young ones and the middle age ones.
At the moment.
So the middle age ones go up 30 cents basically in Dunedin.
can I ask, sorry, the youth 13 to 18-year-olds actually pay currently?
Yeah, so Robin and I just
Worked it out, so we want to keep them paying the same amount that they're paying?
That's what the draft RPT
Yeah.
is at the moment. So
It'll be the same,
the
that
$1.20 Dunedin, $1.50 Queenstown.
Yeah, but at the moment you've got the inclusion of child youth concessions of 100%.
Yes, and that's 5 to 12-year-olds.
That's fine.
But it should then take out the word youth.
Yes,
Child.
correct. You see that, councillor?
Yeah, thank you.
Good one. Are you asking a question, Elliot?
So youth,
Tiny technicality on that. Just in that motion that we've removed, that B sort of implies that we're flattening the Queenstown and Dunedin fares, because the Queenstown kids pay, what, 25 cents more than the Dunedin kids?
We're still free for 5 to 12 there.
Yeah, sorry, for the
But it's
12 to 18
$1.50.
year olds.
Yeah.
There's a slight
30
difference.
cents.
That's right,
I'm just
30
wondering.
cents. Yeah.
We're getting rid of that, aren't we?
No, we're keeping
Or
we're
if
keeping that.
Queenstown will still be slightly different.
The 13 to 18-year-olds policy currently will remain.
At the moment, that
That's
is
right.
the draft
There you go.
RPTP, but it stays the same. You can reconsider it as part of RPTP deliberations.
Yeah.
Including that difference between.
Right, good one. So at this point, we are running out of time in our day, so we're gonna need to keep going. Councillor, We've got some noting though, so let's just do that real quick and then we'll go to the other ones just in case. It would be terrible if we voted against all the notings by mistake, yep. So I'm just gonna do that without the debate at this point. So we've got 1 to 4 then that we're gonna put now, just noting. And we've got the mover and seconder recorded. We'll put those all in favour. Aye, against, carried. Now we're on to 5. We'll just take that one separately. And we'll put it now. All in favour. Aye. Against, carried. Right. So just turn your foot down a wee bit, Kylie, so that's. Oh, yeah, 6. We all know what that one is anyway. It's in our documents that we read. We'll put that all in favour. Aye, against, carried. And then there's 7 as well, which is that additional one that we spoke about before. We'll put that all in favour. Aye, against, carried. Brilliant. Thank you very much. And thanks for that really helpful presentation as well, which was arranged at short notice. And for waiting for so long.
We'll get that in diligent, just for those of you that are doing it, right?
Yeah. Yes, sorry, I just couldn't save it without your comments.
Medical.
9.4 is Te Korowai, which is another important paper. So once again, thanks for waiting for the opportunity to come and talk to us about this one.
17th century. They used to just have a like that. Used to be a steel band joined rather than like.
Yeah.
So yeah, we've had a workshop on Te Korowai today, which was previously called Council Mark. If we can just
Robust discussions.
stop talking and get on to Te Korowai would be good. Yep. And so as we know, yeah, in paragraph 11 there, the overall aim of the process is to gain further understanding of council's performance across a range of areas and have a look at the improvements that we can make as a result of that. So we had a really good workshop this morning where the independent assessors came and presented to us in person, and we'd already read the report and it's been reported as well through the media, which is good. It's good that people are interested in our council and how we're currently performing, and also just seeing that there are areas that we want to concentrate on to improve as well. And yeah, the next steps of the process and for us would be prioritising, I guess, where our attention should fit on that. But hey, over to Jasmine and Amanda. Did you want to introduce us at all?
Kia ora. Thank you, Chair. I think you have summed it up very well. I would like to just draw council's attention to the fact that the report provides that overview with key findings, strengths, areas of improvement, and does present a performance grading of Modi 2 active, which is kind of in the upper half of the grading scale. So there's a 4-point scale, and that grading is for the council overall, but it was also the grading for each of those 4 key performance areas, from governance, leadership and strategy, financial management and performance reporting, service delivery, asset management, and communications and engagement. So it shows that consistent performance. And as I noted in the workshop this morning, the next steps include development workshop to prioritise and work through an action plan for how we address that in the future. Thank you.
Yep, cool. Okay. Any questions? We did have a good workshop where we asked questions this morning. Are there any further questions? Councillor Malcolm.
Yeah, to our recommendation, our recommendation number 2, that you're asking us to move a bit later, is that the Chief Executive will oversee a program of business transformation that will include prioritised areas to improve of improvements listed by this evaluation report. How do you, Richard, how do you see you reporting that to us, and what is your time frame that you would consider around that reporting and actions, and how would that interlock with the efficiency review that we did last year? So that's quite.
Yeah, I guess the big thing we have to do, and we Amanda can jump in here as well, but we are still going through a process of assessing all the recommendations in the Te Kura report. We've had the ones from the efficiency review for a while and started to prioritise those. We're at a point where we can only do so many things at once. And there are a huge number of recommendations we've now got. So I would expect that at some point in the future, we can bring a report back to the council table to get agreement on what the priority actions within the Te Kura report are, and start to put some timeframes against those. But we would be a few months away from being able to do that at this stage.
So subsequent to that, so knowing that we have had the effectiveness review last year and you have been working through stages of that, will that report incorporate where perhaps some of these recommendations have surpassed the recommendations from the previous report? So I've picked up what's happened in report 1 and now I'm running that as part of point 2.
Or the other way around.
Or the other, yeah, sorry, yes, which that prioritising part.
And then also, as we discussed this morning, there may be some things within the Te Kura report we think in the context of ORC are not as relevant or not a priority. And so we would be effectively recommending that we don't need to make any changes in those areas. So there'll be a combination of those things. Some may change previous recommendations, some may be irrelevant due to action we've already taken on previous recommendations, and some we may just feel aren't relevant in that Otago context.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Laws.
How much did this cost?
$35,000.
Participation in the Te Kura process the cost of participating was $35,000.
So we paid $35,000 cash to them. And then there was presumably the staff time that went into compiling this report as well. Has that been quantified at all? Have you got some indication of how many hours it would take of staff time?
I couldn't answer that off the top of my head.
No, we didn't keep a record of staff time. I would say it was a significant exercise for our staff.
I would say so too. That's why I was trying to quantify it. And you were going to do it again?
There's been no decision made by council to do it again.
Is the answer no? Is it no? Listen, thank you very much for answering my question. Thank you.
It should be clear that council actually recommended this.
Yes, right.
Yeah,
no, it was a council decision to complete it, and if we were to do it again, we'd be looking for that direction.
You only go on a roller coaster once.
Well, no, sometimes you go on a roller coaster.
Right, yep, we need to keep going. So we're done with questions, I think. Would somebody like to move the recommendations? Yes. Councillor Malcolm, would you like to? Yep, Councillor McCall seconding, fantastic. Sorry. Would you like to speak in debate, Councillor Malcolm?
I'll leave that to the end. Yep.
Right. Anyone else want to speak in debate? Councillor Wilson.
Oh, sorry, I had suggested a different amendment to the motion because I think noting something, when we talked about this morning, we were told the priorities would come back to us. The noting in the report don't do that. And the question is, do we want the priorities to come back to us or to prioritise it, or are we leaving everything to the CE? Because I thought this morning discussion actually led by the chair was that their priorities would come back to us. And so I'm just putting it out there that I had thought that we would be getting to see that.
Yeah, I'm just starting to look at the wording there. Notes of the chief executive will oversee a program of business transformation. Yeah, that's right. And we'll report back. How could we word that?
I had a wording, sorry.
Chair, sorry to interrupt. Is that not included in note 3? And 3, which including business transformation.
Yeah,
notes to
Kate's
council
saying that we
quarterly.
should be feeding in our priorities initially, rather than just hearing back the reporting, which is the process, because we've just heard that there would be a workshop organised to look at those priorities. So we would have some input, I think, into what they were. So that wouldn't be any different to what we were. So we could add something in like that, or we could just trust the process. That is what we're doing. Yeah.
Sorry, the main motion, sorry, I had seen it, was ask the CE to present a program of business transformation to the Chair Council meeting in Watson. I was hoping you might give it to us. That will include options for prioritised areas of improvement listed in the Te Korowai evaluation report, which means that we can actually be part of that debate. That's just turning that wording round, so that it comes back to us for that prioritisation.
So it could be an additional one at the end. We've got some at the moment.
Oh, is it alternative to two?
Oh. I think the Chief Executive would oversee the program though.
Yeah. Ask CE to present a program of business transformation to the Chair Council meeting that will include options for prioritised areas. Look, it's fine. If we're changing our tune from this morning, that's fine. If I'm not going to get a seconder, that's fine too.
So we have had a mover and a seconder for these ones though.
Did you wish to put an amendment in there that was for seconder? Sorry, Chair.
Yeah.
Where do you want to?
Sorry, I sent a photo. It was a photo image because I can't change what's on Diligent, and I did it on Diligent. Sorry, I did as a note. This is the problem with Diligent. Sorry, and the question was whether two should have been instead. Ask the CEO to present a program of business transformation to the whichever council meeting it was that he chose that will include options for prioritised areas of improvement listed in the Te Korowai evaluation report. Otherwise, we don't get to see it again according to these motions, and that's where I was just going.
It's like that was a long amount of words, and I think it's an amendment to because in my mind I still think that the Chief Executive is going to oversee it. That's the operational side of it. He's going to put it into practice, and that other one is not counter to that. It can be an amendment, I think, but there were a lot of words there that I haven't seen. I didn't take it all in. I think it could be an amendment.
Think of that.
Yeah.
But I just think at the end of the day, it's pretty much operational. I think we got to be careful that we don't try and micromanage the whole shebang. Put it that way. So
it's not micromanaging. It's at the front end agreeing what the priorities are we're going to focus on, and then letting the Chief Executive get on with it and report back on it.
If we're going to do that, we're going to have to look at the priorities across all the reviews we've had to, if you're going to, you have to look at. There's been so many reviews being done everywhere. We're going to have a lot of individual priorities. It's somewhere they've got to be all tied together, and we've already been flagged to be a workshop at some stage where there's going to be input. I think it's an amendment that we don't need, and I think at the end of the day, I don't think it's an amendment that we don't need because I don't think that. Yeah.
Oh, the process is quite challenging at the moment because if it's an amendment, then I need to take it first. I might need to decide if it's an amendment, which is quite challenging as well.
But I can't second the amendment. I can't second it.
Just in terms of some process advice, I think it should be taken as an amendment, and then if you get a seconder for the amendment, then you can take a vote and then go back to the other ones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's barely a change of words from the number two. It is just saying that it will come to us. It is just reformatting number two. Sorry, I picked this up as we finished the meeting this morning when the chair said to us that this would be coming across as priority.
We just need to say it, so I'm just waiting to get it. Yep. Yeah.
Oh, fuck. That's just my hearing.
That's fine, that's all good.
Did we get that on email?
This is not replacing anything though, this is an additional.
It was for, well, turned it to number 2 was my mind.
Thank you.
Oh, geez, I didn't share it. I was like,
Chair, can I ask a question of the CE at this stage? And that would be, if now that I've got your permission, number 2, business strategy, which will include prioritised areas. At what stage would you envisage that those priorities will be in front of council, that we understand the actions that you'll be, how you prioritise the actions to activate those reports? July, yeah. And would you be seeking in July, that will create discussion, and we'll either agree with those priorities or not agree with those priorities, and ask your input on how you. Thank you.
Board.
Yes.
It's no time to be incorporated.
so it's July council meeting.
Aye. Yeah. Yeah, we need a second. Okay. Kate, you've spoken to it, or?
Yeah, I don't need to speak up.
Righto. Okay, anyone want to speak to it? No, we're going to put it then. All in favour?
Aye.
Against? No. Just for technical reasons. Yep. All right, so it has passed though, so that's all good. Yep. And now we can go back to the original ones. And we've got one is straightforward, but the other one I understood Kate was hoping to replace 2. I think we would have to get agreement that, does it actually do that? Yeah, like technically.
My understanding is 4 now is the new 2, because Kate moved the amendment to 2.
Oh.
So that's the new 2, that 2 gets deleted and you've got 1 and 3 to vote on.
Right, so the amendment becomes the motion now as per standing orders, and I think we can take them all together in this instance. Yep, so we'll do that, all in favour.
Can I talk to
Sorry,
it?
you do want to
Since I moved
speak,
it?
yep.
Yeah, sorry to hold this up, but look, the ORC is over the last 5 years has gone from a small organisation that we were told wasn't functioning too well. We've now to an organisation that has been staffed up. We've sat back and we've reviewed it. We've had a good hard look at it. We've got some answers to thoughts in our heads. We've got some really good direction by 2 reports that we have. And all through that time, we've taken on a new CE and a new leadership team. And I'm very comfortable with these reports, and I'm very comfortable with these recommendations that will set us priorities and will set us a way forward to ensure that we are continuing to run this organisation as a top-notch organisation. So I'm very comfortable with that direction, and I hope you all support these motions.
Thanks, Councillor Malcolm. Anyone else want to speak on this? Okay, we'll put them all together. All in favour? Aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Thank you. Thanks, everyone. 9.5 is the new Fast Track Act requirements. Welcome, Alex and Joe. So a new process for us. Yeah, we have read through our papers, but if you need to touch on anything of importance, feel free.
Alex's hands. Thank you. So I just thought I would reiterate a little bit of an overview of the paper. So this new Fast Track Approvals Act came into law at the end of last year, and this replaces the previous COVID Fast Track Act and includes listed projects as well as the ability for applicants to be referred. So in Otago, we have 15 listed projects. So this is a national legislation where we're a participant. So the Ministry for the Environment and the Environmental Protection Authority, so a bit of a full sentence, administer the process with involvement from various groups, and we are one of those groups. So there is limited opportunity for council to be involved, really specific short timeframes, and also really limited public participation. So we have created an internal process, and today quite keen to get some feedback from you to note the legislative requirements, endorse the proposed process, and approve the updated delegations.
Thank you, Joe. Any questions? First of all, Councillor Laws, then Councillor Wilson.
The question we have to make today really relates to the role of governance in this particular matter, and whether government should be involved, or not. Is there a particular reason why? Now, it would seem that the technical aspect that relates to the ORC is going to be handled by staff, so the experts and stuff like that. So is there any particular reason why you're suggesting that people have particular requirements to be those two governance people? It seems that the governance role here is to act as a political lens. In other words, does this make common sense? Does it, pass the sniff test? Will it fly with the community that we are elected to represent? Does that mean at that point that all 11 councillors would be potentially okay on this council? Are there some councillors that you look at, including myself, and go, dear Lord, that would be disruptive? No, God. No, we'll leave it just to these 5, or is it? So I just wanted to know what's the qualification. What's the qualification you've got? Put your name.
Yeah.
We'll just go to where we've talked about the what we've put forward. So ideally some resource management experience, but yes, recognising that you are all skilled governors around this table, so it really is based on whoever is put forward for that. But given the type of things we are dealing with, resource management experience would be preferable, but isn't a specific requirement.
Can I just say something, Joe? Just one of the comments, my comments. So the feedback we give still needs to be based on the regulatory, either ORCs or the national regulatory framework. It's not political feedback. So it's still all within the bounds of the Resource Management Act or other legislation that might. That's correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Having said that, why do you need 2 governors to do that if you've got all the staff doing that anyhow?
Well, we've heard around the table on many projects that governors like to be involved in these processes. So there was an opportunity here with the alternative option is that you're not. And we would carry on with that if that was the decision today.
Okay. Thank you.
Who did I say next on a question? Councillor Wilson, then Leah.
But my first question was that why did you choose option 1 over option 2 as your recommendation, which I think you've sort of covered on. The other question is, and it's not just for us, it's how conflicts, if we chose option 1 especially, but how conflicts of interest would be dealt with. But mainly at the governance level, but there is actually potential for conflict of interest for staff as well. So that's that's how that would be dealt with in this process.
For staff, it would be dealt with the same. We deal with it with a normal consent process where if there is any even inkling of perceived bias, we just make sure that that person isn't involved in the process. I think that's the best way to approach it. In terms of how governance approach that, I feel it would be up to the people here to put forward that information in terms of whether they have a bias or not. But I think having a conservative approach, that even if there's an inkling that there may be one, it's better to step away.
Thank you.
Councillor,
Yeah, I was just hoping to get some reassurance, I guess, that if a fast track application was to come through, that was likely to compromise or contravene our existing policies and plans and strategic directions, that our statutory comments to the panel in that 20-day working period that's talked about in the paper would be highlighting that and recommending disapproval of the application.
Yes, so as Richard said, all of our comments back sit within our current statutory framework. So the basis of our comments are using those plans and policies we have in Otago to provide that feedback. We've also had some really great feedback from previous panels where they've given us some guidance on how we can put that information forward that's really easy and clear for them to understand. Because from their perspective, there's a lot of people providing feedback. So we want to make sure we're putting our best foot forward, particularly in the cases where it may be contrary to our plans and things. We really want to make sure that that's highlighted.
thank you.
Yeah, I see. Can I just ask one further question on that? Because I can sort of see the problem. There are 15 Otago projects on the 149 fast list flow. They go from housing and land development to mining. There's an agricultural one as well as here. If councillors had a very strong political view on an issue, either supportive or opposing, should that, to meet the test of bias and prejudice, count them out from considering that particular project? I'll give you an example, and this is just a hypothetical. Love the idea of having an open strip mine and terrace. There's just a few wineries that don't sell wine anyhow. Let's rip, guys. And if I'd said that publicly, should that preclude me from therefore being on the panel for that, considering that particular issue? I'm just saying that as a hypothetical because the appearance, I guess, of impartiality and of non-bias and prejudice should determine the governance people on, shouldn't it? Yes?
Yes, it should, but also remembering that the comments still need to be under the legislative framework. So a general comment that I love it and we should just rip into it is not really speaking to the sorts of comments that the panel will be expecting back as far as our assessment of that project against our statutory documents. So I do know what you're saying, and yes, everyone or anyone who was going to be involved, staff or governors, would need to do an assessment to ensure they're comfortable they don't have a conflict of interest because of their either prior expressed opinions or business interests or whatever it might be. But ultimately still, the comments will also need to be crafted in a way that is appropriate for the regulatory process.
It's okay, I was just making sure that Alan and Elliot won't be on that particular committee. No, I was having you all. It's all right. That's fair.
Yep, Councillor McCall.
I actually wrote at the bottom of this just to get a bit clumsy. Don't make it clumsy because all of a sudden we're now coming to who makes a judgment call as to.
We're on questions at the moment, but yeah,
Yes,
there have been a bit
asking,
of straying from questions.
Yes, I'm asking who makes a judgment call on potential or perceived conflict.
Yeah, who's got a chair?
It's personal. That's personal as right throughout local government.
However,
can we put this? Yep. Good idea. Somebody choose to move. Recommendation.
Oh, no, not recommendation.
Option two.
Don't want
I'll
any
move
of us
option
on.
2 if you want.
you know, you got to move too. And you got to, so you got to. Alex,
Yeah.
Mike.
do
you want to speak to it then, Alexa?
Oh, I wouldn't mind. I have, read through this quite carefully and see where the process is, and I don't think governance needs to be. I don't think governance is only going to complicate things to have governance there. If we were going to have governance there, I think it needs to be all of us, which is going to be very tricky. And I don't see what we can add anyway. So I think option 2 is the correct one, with monthly updates to the Regional Leadership Committee and interested councillors.
Councillor Somerville.
Thank you. Look, I absolutely agree. Let's keep governance out of that. Paragraph 36 there summarises it nicely. It keeps that separation of the governance and the statutory functions. It would be just making problems for ourselves. And what else did paragraph 36 say so well? And consistent with our current practices and these sorts of things. So I think that option 2 is a good way to go.
Councillor Laws.
These are possibly the biggest, most disruptive projects that are going to happen in Otago over the next couple of years. And they are going to have massive effects upon the communities that they are going to be in. From massive housing developments in the Queenstown Lakes District Council areas to mining and the conflicts of interest, and some of that will be subjective, I have to say as well. No plan is completely objective. There will be subjectivities, and I'd like to think that the representatives of the community will at least have some role, if only to ask the right question at the right time. We often chide our, sometimes informally, our staff for proceeding with a particular consent and want to know why. And think, well, why didn't we have an input into that? After all, we're elected to do it. This is huge stuff. I would like to think that there was a governance voice there. And Alan and Alec, I didn't mean what I said before. I trust the representatives that we choose today to voice that particular voice. So I'm suggesting that's a good idea to have somebody there. And I'd certainly want the chairman as one of those representatives.
Okay, anyone else like to speak? Thanks, Councillor Callaghan.
Yeah, I agree. I think these will be some of the biggest projects for Otago, and we are being given a very short time frame to be involved. It is a procedural process, but it'll be the only foot forward into this process that we get. The community has really no community representative to come back and talk to if they are concerned about whichever direction council has chosen to take. If there isn't a sort of representative body sitting over the top, I don't think it's about influencing the outcome, it's about helping the community understand. So I support having the panel. Thank you.
Any further debate? Right of reply.
I'm not liking Councillor Law's framing of this. There isn't a role for governance here. Our place in this system is in defence of the receiving environments. It's not looking at those individual applications. We will be better placed to represent our community as councillors in this, around this table, not as people that automatically become conflicted as soon as we're there. That's my view. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll just double checking we can do all at once or not. No, we'll just do the 1 and 2 first, I think, and then yeah, exactly. So yeah, noting and endorsing. Shall we toast the? No, two's not. That's the nominating, isn't it?
What was moved was option 2, which means that the nomination actually drops out because we're not nominating.
Yeah.
So two is the I guess is the key.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll do 1 first of all, then, which is noting the report and the new legislative requirements. All in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. And 2, we'll call for a division.
catch up with you. Councillor Forbes.
Yes.
Councillor Callagher.
No.
Councillor Laws.
No.
Councillor Malcolm.
No.
Councillor McCall.
Yes.
Councillor Methven.
No.
Councillor Noon.
No.
Councillor Somerville.
Yes.
Councillor Weir.
Yeah.
Councillor Wilson.
Yeah.
And Councillor Robertson.
No.
So we have 5 for and 6 against. Motion's failed.
Motion's failed narrowly.
I so move option 1.
Second.
It's
Yeah.
We're just going to do the options first, are we? Before we do the nominations.
Yeah, make sure it passes, I think. So we're just letting Kylie catch up before we do another division. I'll call, yeah, now formally calling for a division.
Oh, we need a
This
second.
time.
We need a second.
I thought you already had a seconder.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Now
I already did.
seconded.
We have 2 things at councils or
No, we're doing
just 2.
Just 2.
2, which is now option 1 inserted. So we'll vote on that, and then if that passes, then we can go to the 2 councillors. Yep.
And you want a division on that?
Yep.
Councillor Forbes.
Yes.
Councillor Callagher.
Yes.
Yes.
Councillor Laws.
Yes.
Councillor Malcolm.
Yes.
Councillor McCall.
yes.
Councillor McCall. Sorry. Councillor McCall.
Lloyd. He's asking you.
Yeah, no, I did
Thank
mine.
you. Councillor Methven.
Yes.
Councillor Noon.
Yes.
Councillor Somerville.
No.
Councillor Weir.
Abstain.
Councillor Wilson.
Yes.
Councillor Robertson.
Yes.
That motion has passed.
Okay, now we have the appointment of who the councillors would be, and it doesn't necessarily have to be 2, I suppose.
Can I nominate, if I may, with their consent, the current chair and the previous chair of the Otago Regional Council, Councillor Gretchen Robertson, Councillor Andrew Noon, for those particular roles.
Second.
Well done, Andrew. Rightio, we're accepting those nominations, no reasons why we wouldn't. Perhaps we should, yeah, no, we're gonna have to, I'm gonna have to stay here to vote, I normally would.
I know you're allowed to.
Yeah.
You vote on the salary.
Yes, I know, okay. So, we'll call for, maybe we'll just do all in favour, so
Yes,
vote
yes,
for this one rather than a
Do I have a
division.
mover and a seconder? Sorry.
You're okay?
Do I have a mover and a seconder?
Yep, who was the seconder? Yep, Councillor Malcolm. We'll put it all in favour. Aye, against, carried. Thank you very much. We still have 4 and 5 there as well, though. Sorry, over the page, approves new delegations under fast track approvals and approves the amendment to the delegations manual to reflect the changes outlined in the report. We can take those both. I'm happy to move those. Somebody want a second?
Sure.
Yep, Councillor Forbes, we'll put it all in favour. Aye, against, carried, thank you. Thank you very much, everyone. Thanks. Holly. Alexandra, I'm sorry. And then we're on to 9.6, the Port Otago letter of expectation.
Once the option's gone.
I've circulated that.
Regarding this.
Oh, sorry.
received two councillors corresponding in regards to this meeting.
Oh, so like resolutions.
Yeah,
We'll see what happens then. Yep, we've got nothing formally at this point. Right, so this is pretty straightforward, and it is wonderful that we have got highlighted in yellow even in the letter the parts that are of particular importance, and noting that change as well to do with the well, not change, but the arrangement for this year for the helicopter funding. Did you want to touch on anything else particularly?
No, you've sort of covered it. As you pointed out, the draft letter is attached. It's based on the one from last year, and the key points are noted in yellow, which are really the points that council may want to amend them and or add any other points, and then we can draft the letter and send it off. The rest of it that's not noted, a lot of it is just background information, which was included in last year's, and we've still included that. And as you note, there's just a change in the timing for the helicopter donation. Port's been working through the exact, how the logistics of that would work, and just given where the helicopter trust is at with their funding, and I'd like to make sure that they've got the certainty. Usually we would have paid it quarterly installments up until now, so we're asking for approval for us to pay that out of reserves this year, and then we'll make sure that kicks off for the transfer from the next financial year.
Thanks, Nick. Councillor Malcolm.
Yeah, I did circulate just recently a couple of changes. One is a grammatical one on the first page, which under context in the second last paragraph, where it says over recent years, especially the increased focused, it should be just the word focus. So that's just a minor one. And on the second page, I suggest that we change the order of the paragraphs to have environment before decarbonisation, because environment is decarbonisation is a subset of environment, and that firstly portrays where the expectation of the port to continue to show their good environmental stewardship. And then a slight change within the wording of where it says it has commenced with an expectation that I wanted to add the words where am I going? It will be expectation that progress will be reported to council, back to council and the wider community. Just a simple change there. Expectation that progress will be reported back to council and the wider community.
Okay.
I think that's what the intent of that sentence is anyway, but it's just tidying it up just a tad.
Thanks, Councillor Malcolm. So you're moving subject to some changes.
Yeah, so moving 1, 2, 3 and 4 subject to those slight adjustments.
Does he have a seconder? Councillor No. Councillor, yep.
I guess I'm just noting that I had also proposing an amendment to the letter that I had previously circulated to all councillors, and it certainly would be consistent with the changes that Councillor Malcolm have proposed. And I had another 2 sentences, one sentence that I would like to add. Would you like me to read that and as it if need be? So the suggestion was in that decarbonisation paragraph, in fact, change that to climate change if possible. And then at the end of that paragraph, add, similarly, council endorses Port Otago's goal of influencing others in the supply chain also to reduce their contributions to climate change, and would like to see these efforts to be reported to council and the wider community. And I guess I note that bit about influencing others in the supply chain is very much consistent with Port statement of corporate intent, and the wording is taken from that.
Yep. They've stated themselves that it's a priority. Yep. So, right, we've got
Do have a
some
question.
potential changes. Yeah, a question.
So, are we, is it all still okay? Are we still in question time to go?
We
and ask
are
questions?
in question time at the moment, yep.
Right, okay. My question is around the helicopter contribution or donation. In effect, this is sort of, we are handing the stewardship of that donation to the port. Are we absolutely comfortable? Like, are you absolutely comfortable that in handing that across, that it's going to remain with the same level of responsibility, I suppose, and sort of stewardship is the word I used, that will remain with Port Otago as it has done with us?
Well, I mean, it was part of the letter in the last year's statement of corporate intent that's what was there. Assuming that they've been working on it. So I would expect that, yeah, we'll continue at that same level. There's no indication that they've got any desire to not fund that, continue funding that, or at the same level once they take it over.
Okay, that's cool. Does that now mean that instead of ORC on the side of the helicopters, it'll be Port Otago?
I think that's part of what they're trying to work through, is how the structure of them having it would work. Because obviously ours has always just been a donation. We've had our logo on there, but we've been the only donors, people giving a donation who have had any sort of recognition on the helicopters. Everybody else has been sponsors. So they're trying to work through how does that work, and whether they've got their logo, we've got ours. So that's sort of the logistics that have been worked through.
And third question was, would it be unreasonable at this time to tag alongside that an inflationary increase annually?
I mean, that's, this is the letter of expectation going to the port. So it's not part of our financial accounts. So I'd say that's up to you to decide exactly what you want to put in here.
We've asked the trust that before, though, I think, in terms of where they're happy with the level of funding that we're providing, and they've said that I know that you're really good at asking that great question, and I think that, I'm just trying to remember, you may remember better than me, that they've said they were comfortable with the levels of funding at that amount.
Yeah, I asked some of the trustees and they were saying, well, as a trust, they gratefully receive donations from the public Otago, but they would be very appreciative of an annual increase. And I asked that again at the day that they flew a helicopter to Oamaru, and for the luncheon there, and talking to one of the trustees there, they said, well, they're not going to come out and ask for it, but if that was volunteered, it would be very much appreciated and needed. So. Okay. So I guess what I'm testing to the table then is, should that be considered?
Right, so we
can make a decision on forward, Eric, because I think it's a good conversation. We know that costs are increasing exponentially in some areas, and the helicopter service is one. The Port Otago are still working to get the structure of this across the line, which is why we've offered to fund it this year. I just wonder if there's an opportunity to let those conversations play out, confirm that there's then an arrangement in place, and then in future letters of expectation, once we know they have a general arrangement, and we'll know what that is because they'll be able to share it, we could set in a future letter of expectation that they do the inflation, adjusted by inflation annually, or whatever it might be that works alongside the arrangement they've got. So let them focus on that part of it first, see what structure they come up with, and understand what that arrangement is. So that'll be for next financial year, because we're taking care of it this year. And then at that point, if once we see what that is and what they may have arranged between themselves, we can decide how you then want to reflect that in a letter of expectation moving forward. It's an option.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. So Kevin, you've moved and you've put up some changes, and then I think you said as well that you were pretty happy with Alan's ones.
No,
Oh, okay.
I'm not actually.
Oh, right.
No.
must heard that. I thought you did. All right, there we go. Oh, brilliant.
Yeah.
So it makes it more complex. Yep.
Yeah, I think we're actually already asking them, the board, to do what Alan is requiring, and they've used slightly different language, so I'm comfortable with that we stay within the wording that I've suggested.
I guess Alan could always do an additional motion if he really wanted to. So yeah, you're putting up your one with your changes, and Kylie's got those, and you've read them out, so we know what they are.
So is the process, if I would like what I suggested inserted to,
you can do that as well at the
amendment, or
no,
what's the process?
You could also put a motion to add your one in specifically as well after we've done Kevin's one, because it's not really counter to Kevin's one, I don't think. Yeah. Sorry.
That's right.
It's quite complex. Right. So, any other debate on this now, including Kevin? Would you like to start?
No, I'm comfortable with that.
Councillor Meehan.
Alan, just some clarification about what you're asking for. So you're talking about supply chain. Are you talking about inputs into the port? Like, I mean, you've got log trucks and you've got freight passengers from Dunedin to port, but you've also got oil coming in. What is it exactly? I mean, it just sounds, it sort of sounds nice to say yes to, but the complications of it actually being part of what ports expect sound rather arduous.
Through the chair, may I reply there?
Yeah,
well, look, I guess
we're in debate, but yeah.
Quoting from the Port SCI, where, for example, they say under climate change, reducing their own carbon emissions, then influencing others to do the same, including shipping lines, road and rail transport customers, partners, suppliers, and peers. And they also talk about investigate the value and future resilient supply chain services. But I think that first bit is Port's explanation of what they mean by it in that SCI.
A reminder that at the moment we're dealing with Councillor Malcolm's motion and the changes that he's suggested, and this one's coming next. Yep. Councillor Malcolm's is clear. What have you got there that we can't put up now? Nothing. We can do all of those, I think, together now. Is there any further debate though on Councillor Malcolm's? No, and we've recorded the seconder. Yep.
Sorry, who was that?
Councillor Laws.
Thank you.
We can put all of those, I think, now. All in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Thanks. Now, Councillor Somerville.
So may I propose an additional resolution with the addition of one sentence to the paragraph about decarbonisation, which I was proposing we called climate change, to broaden that a little. Kylie, are you able to bring that up? I couldn't read it again. And again, as I say, just to add this to the end of that decarbonisation or climate change paragraph. So it's, yeah, just a little bit in inverted commas.
Yeah.
And the rest of that is extracts from the Port SCI showing their commitment to us. And it does include that bit about reporting, which is already in the, we've agreed to.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for this one?
Yep.
Okay, Councillor Forbes. Councillor Somerville, you've probably spoken to it already, but would you like to speak to it?
Yeah, well, I guess just to point out that, look, climate change, this is really, really important. We, in the news every day, we're seeing the effects of climate change. What can we do? We know as a regional council, we've got our own strategic climate action plan, and there's some stuff around mitigation there, but we also have, as the owners of Port Otago, we also have another way of getting into this. Now, Port Otago, as I say, through the SCI, has also already expressed their commitment to it. This is our way of reinforcing how important that is, of endorsing that commitment and asking for that reporting to make so we can all see and our community see what action is being taken.
Councillor Forbes.
Thank you. I agree entirely with this, Councillor Somerville, and I think the port is aware and it's working towards climate mitigations and obviously adaptation as well. But decarbonisation is only one segment of that, and I think they need to take a wider view. There are other greenhouse gas emissions, there are other climate issues, and I think they should be thinking wider than simply decarbonisation.
Councillor Laws.
Well, I think people will be aware of the fact that I think nothing that this council does or anybody that's associated with will make a blind bit of difference to climate change. And this is all sort of petty-flocking, what's the word? Window dressing that is of inconsequence. But can I just say the Port of Otago and its port operations more than its real estate is in a competitive trading environment. Shipping lines and cruise liners can just as easily go somewhere else. And frankly, I'm surprised that you'd say, well, give us a report card every year of how you've managed to influence these huge shipping lines and cruise liners and others to see how effective you've been in getting them to reduce their carbon footprint. It just seems, frankly, sending a small boy to do a Russian army job almost, and it's clearly not going to work. And I just think it's just more, what's the word? I haven't even got a word for it. It's just silly.
Councillor No.
I've just pulled up their existing SCI and the material issues. They've got 11 material issues, and number 11 is climate change. And I'll just quote it because I think it's already covered what you're asking for.
Read it again.
Measuring, reporting and reducing our carbon emissions with science-based targets to protect our health, et cetera, et cetera. And it goes on, being prepared for increased extreme weather events and related impacts on supply chain logistics and other customers' operations, understanding the likely impacts on climate change, and it also talks about influencing others to do the same, including shipping lines, rail, road, transport, customers, partners, suppliers and peers. So I think it's already there. It's quite a impactful issue that they've targeted and continue to target.
Right, we're in debate, so Councillor Methven.
Yeah, look, it's part of the process. As the owner, we actually have to outline what the direction we think they want to go. So on the basis of last year's letter of expectation, they wrote that. Is that correct? So I think that actually I'm supporting you here. I do support this, but I think we have to give them the message, and they have to prepare their statement on the basis of that, and they can just rewrite that again after seeing that. Yeah, I'm okay with that. So, yes.
Malcolm.
I am really wondering how, I suppose this is a question, but I have to frame it as a debate, is how we receive that report and what we do if their sphere of influence hasn't changed anyone. So yes, while we see in their current SCI that that is their mandate and that's what they're doing. If they report back to council and they have not, so to what level are we expecting them to report back as to what Silver Fern Farms do or Toko Timber does when it's exporting timber, or Ravensdown, or any one of their customers in line, Crombie and Price from Oamaru that bring in stuff from the States. At what detail do we want that reported? And I think it becomes a far too onerous and unwieldy position for them to be in.
Yeah, Councillor Wilson, I was just thinking about that, yeah.
All best of intent, but I'm going to abstain on this because seriously, I think we're forgetting what our role is here, and we haven't done this to ourselves yet. And if we're not prepared to do it to ourselves, then I'm not prepared to do it to our CCO, whose actual function is to make money. If we were reporting on this at the nth degree that we're requiring on this, I'd be a lot happier. I think we need to focus on ourselves first.
Good point.
Anyone else? No? Councillor Sunbull.
Well, look, thank you. Look, I reiterate that this is what Auto Target themselves are saying that they are going to do. The reporting, I think, is actually really important so the wider community hears those actions that they are taking. The attitude of saying what we do makes no difference is just the worst attitude there is, because that means things just carry on as they are and no one is taking the action that is needed on climate change. And this is one action that we can have some influence on.
Okay, thank you. I think we're going to have to call the division, unfortunately, yeah.
Councillor Forbes?
Yes.
Councillor Kelleher?
No.
Councillor Laws?
No.
Councillor Malcolm?
No.
Councillor McCall?
No.
Councillor Mintham?
Yes.
Councillor Noon?
No.
Councillor Somerville?
Yes.
Councillor Weir?
Yep.
Councillor Wilson?
Abstaining.
Councillor Robertson?
Oh, what do we got?
What do you want to vote is what you should say.
You dare vote against your deputy.
No. Yeah.
Well done.
6 against, 4 in favour and 1 abstained. Motion's failed.
Yes, right.
Right, so we are now up to, thank you very much, Nick. I think we've done all the jobs we need to do in that paper. And yeah, that will go forth to the port, and thanks heaps for your help in drafting that up. Recommendations of Audit and Risk Subcommittee, moved Councillor Wilson, seconded Councillor Laws, all in favour, aye, against, carried. Recommendations of Environmental Science and Policy Committee, moved Councillor McCall,
No,
seconded.
sorry, this is
Oh,
this is the one,
this is
this
the one.
motion was actually
This is the
moved.
one.
This motion is moved, Robson, seconded Ware, supposed to Malcolm and Noon.
Oh, okay, my apologies, yes.
right.
And I only recognise that because it's in the
In the minutes.
policy for tomorrow, one for tomorrow.
Okay.
Thanks, Councillor McCall. You got that, Kylie?
Yes, thank you.
Carried.
So
Do you want to move it
I
with that change?
can move it with that change.
Yep. Seconded Councillor Weir, all in favour. Aye, against, carried. Recommendations of Regional Leadership Committee. Yep, Councillor Weir, seconded Councillor McCall, all in favour. Aye, against, carried. We are up to the part where we need to consider excluding the public for the reasons noted. And we're okay with planning to deal with this today.
We can do.
Yeah.
We can.
Yeah.
Okay.
We do it adjourn.
We could adjourn.
I'm happy to.
Just talk about that. Can we just, there's a opportunity to adjourn. We have got space tomorrow
Yes.
to adjourn now and then open up and consider non-public tomorrow, or we can carry on now.
It's not a big one though, is it?
Yes.
$45 million.
Yes, but we're just moving the principle.
Right, yeah, we don't want to talk about it now. So what we want to do is, either adjourn now and have it tomorrow morning or keep going now. What's your preference with staff?
Our staff are okay, it's myself and Anita's.
The finance meeting won't take long tomorrow. So you could do it tomorrow.
Do it tomorrow.
Radio.
My advice, this, even though it is, you're right, Michael, we're only considering what the next step is, it's not the decision. There is quite a lot involved. And I think based on the conversations I've had, there's quite a few questions about this process. So it might be one that is better done with clear heads after we've had quite a long day. And that will, we do have time either at the end of finance or at the end of environmental science policy.
We have to move it now, or we're going to do it, right? We have to adjourn now.
Okay, so it'll be the end of the finance committee.
At the end of finance committee, what time is that due to finish?
So I need to say when it will cover now, do I?
It's not important because it's going to go into non-public anyway.
Yeah.
So at the conclusion of finance, I'm happy to
The
move that.
conclusion of finance. would be
Second.
the intention. I am moving to adjourn. Councillor Malcolm is seconding that. All in favour? Aye.